Oh yeah, we on late today. We on late today. All right. I gotta start sending some invites out in a minute soon. Send some of these invites out soon. Let's see some. Mm-hmm. Hold up real quick. If y'all coming in here, go ahead, hit them likes and share real quick. We gonna be starting soon. We gonna be starting real soon. Just looking at some stuff real quick. Looking at some stuff real quick, you know. Let me get my other thing. Oh, hold up. Wait. All right, we good. We Gucci. Ain't that something? Hit them likes and share. Hit them likes and share so we can get it going. Share to about 10 people if y'all can, man. Time goes on. All right, let me go. I gotta go on my back. All right. Mark, what's the deal, my brother? What is the deal? What the? Who the? All right, we in there. We in there. All right, I'm about to put some invites in a second. Give me a second. I bring my backup in here too. I call for backup. All right. Let's see. Go ahead. Send these shares real quick. I don't know. Mess with that. We're gonna do that. Do that. People that I think situation. All right. I'm good now. Yes, today is one of the days we gonna. I gotta bring up Kevin Samuels every out of the blue, man. You know, get some of my Kevin Samuels people up in here, man. Like I said, I find it very kind of like I said, I would say it's easy to talk to the people that actually understand him. Person that know how to look past their feelings. That's one of the hardest things y'all gonna find out on this app, man. It's hard to talk past feelings. It's super difficult. You be trying your best, like, I'm just trying to get you to understand that 1 + 1 = 2, but I don't feel like it is. I don't feel like it. Never watch them, so I'm out this convo. Oh, okay, I feel you, I feel you, I feel you. I feel you, I feel you. Pretty sure you heard of them, though. But yeah, yeah, a lot of people got a problem with them. A lot of people. But yeah, bring some of your peoples in here that might have watched them. Then you can get filled in a little bit more. Um, and some of my peoples, they in other lives and stuff. Some of them still gotta wipe that crust out their eyes before they get up. Said TikTok pretty warned them. I think, yeah, I don't know about that. I think it's more hatred towards them than that. But some people, a lot of people celebrate. Oh man, celebrate them too. Let's see something real quick. Oops, oopsie. Yeah, but basically, he was a guy that basically spoke out, basically brought the barbershop talks to online now. You know, he basically told how men feel and got a lot of people to look at reality instead of delusions and stuff. It's a lot of things, and he actually held people accountable. He actually held both. He held men and women accountable because he was talking to the men at first, but he blew up when he started talking about the women, and then showed that women is it's like it's kind of alienated to accountability, so it kind of burnt wrong and it felt bad. So he took off when he started talking about the women. So yeah, that's how he kind of got known. But he was tearing the man up. But I mean, it's kind of everybody used to that already. He used to that. You got Oprah, you got Wendy Williams, you got all of them that already been doing that anyway. So it was like nothing. Everybody used to, you know, getting on the man head, saying how no good man is and stuff. But it's weird, you know what I'm saying? Weird when you say no good. When you say no good woman, that's when everything, the world about to burn over. Cause you know what I'm saying? We grew up in a world where, but they had, I don't know if you remember that it was a believe all women movement and, you know, protect their feelings, all that stuff, whatever. It just was never, even when you look at the magazine, yeah, even they call them BBWs. I never heard a man get called a BBW. But no, they get clowned if it's a man though. But body positivity is mainly for women, uh, or dudes that act like women. It's one of said what's the cause of his? They said he had hypertension, like a high blood pressure or something like that. That was his cause. Uh, it's other stuff though, but they said it was that. They said he might have had cancer. I think I don't know. Before that, but I'm not even sure about that, so I don't know. But I see you know a little bit about him. Yeah, and then yeah, he basically was telling men to step it up, prepare yourself for for the right woman and stuff, for the right woman, right? Because a lot of women that think they right, they're not. But and then when he got on the women, because he was tearing the men up for real. I remember the last video he had. He was talking about this one dude, like, oh, if you ain't got nothing to offer, like, why you asking for a baddie and all that stuff? And was asking him. He asked him the size of his Peter Weeder. He's like, you know if you got a big one. That joke was funny to the mug. Yeah, so he basically clowned him. Uh, then he was getting on how men dress and stuff and always stinking and not hygiene and right and all that stuff. But I guess one day, from what I heard, a woman ended up stepping in or stepping up, and then I guess he started realizing that they had to be held accountable too. And from that point, it got blew up. It blew up. It blew up, man. So yeah, that's what happened though. I looked at his man. To me, his main goal I see he was focused on the black people. He was trying to bring uh black marriages together, trying to keep them together, and basically, one thing that the women didn't like was when he was like that you got to be with try to you got to settle for an average guy. You know what I'm saying? Because they always look past the average guy and wanted something more when they wasn't even doing nothing or had nothing to put to the table or anything. They just was, I want this because I feel like a queen. And he was just shutting that down. Like, I mean, if you ain't got nothing else to offer, like, how can you ask for this? So it was a lot. Um, so it was like he tried to get people out the delusional thing. People calling themselves 10 when it's like real talk, ain't no such thing as no 10 on earth. Really, ain't nobody perfect. Um, it was a lot, but yeah, he basically was. He was even trying to get some of them to go back to their ex and stuff like it's that's best for the kid and all that. A lot of them ain't want to do that. A lot of them didn't want to be average. They wanted something above. They wanted a high value man. That was one thing. The one that was wanted by everybody. But he always asked like, what would you if a high value man got a bunch to pick from, what would make that person be so special? And all they was bringing was kids to the table and unhealed problems and stuff. It was just so much stuff. And then with the man, like I said, it was he was on, but I think the man just took it a little bit easier because it's like I mean there was a lot of them mad, but it wasn't to the extreme on the other as the other end. It wasn't the same extreme because it was like they had to. But you already know a lot of men got to eat it up anyways. That sounds funny. They got to eat that, because there's nothing they can do. If they yell and cry or try to, they gonna start looking weak. So most of the time, it made a lot of them change and start hiring their standards and stuff. He was telling them to work out, you know, get your money up, all that stuff. So you can't be, because I had the topic yesterday about the good guys finishing last. He was basically he was setting them up to not be that guy that get picked last. He wanted the guys to build themselves up, but they were so lazy and all type of other stuff. He was on their head though. This thing be tripping and only be telling me nothing. So this not about to be slow for the moment. Everybody, I thought I was already following. That's crazy. Oh man, in my eye. This person came in my room to say, "I don't give a." That's a funny stuff. Didn't care that much. Cared enough to put it in the chat. That's funny. People be funny, dog. It's repetitive. Mm-hmm. The money to fun. Yeah, so that's what I want to see, man. What people think about what they get out this situation. That's what I'm trying to say. Just gotta let this stuff from get up. Oh, like I crunched a tooth off or something. What the heck was in this? I thought I was eating the almond. Stuff, I forgot I gotta get my, what you call it?
What's up, brother?
Yo, what's the deal, man?
Excuse me. Yeah,
Man,
bring me these TikTok scripts.
say you roam the streets.
Yeah, TikTok scripts. You know they dangerous around this time of night.
You already know, right? Exactly. And it ain't safe out there.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing you like just started the live.
Yeah, I would say about 10 minutes ago.
All right.
About 10
Normally you'll have
minutes.
more people in here.
Yeah, it depends. I think
Kevin
some of
Sound
my
wasn't
people was
that
at other
bad.
live too.
Yeah, cause the live's actually popping right now. Like a lot of lives going on. I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I actually liked it. Kevin Samuels, but it's like when I first found out about him, he was still alive. But it's like I really didn't follow him like how everybody else did. You know, like I
Yeah.
just knew like what he did, but I ain't know like how deep he went until TikTok started posting some of his videos, and I'm like, hold on, this man actually like I see why the women actually didn't like him
Yeah.
because he was just asking questions, talking to him, being pretty much being the man, and he was letting them expose themselves pretty much.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
And, and look, this is the funniest thing I would never forget. He was on the phone with a woman, and she forgot to hang up, and she had called her sugar daddy, and I want to say she was saying that she wasn't a sugar baby, and this man face couldn't like that was the most funniest face ever I seen this man make like, and the fact that he didn't end it, they say that she only ended it because her homegirl had texted her saying that she was still on live. Cause like
Oh,
you heard her talk and then it just went blank.
blink. That messed up. That reminds me of Kendra G. She had something like that. Whatever her name, Kendra, something like that. But she had something like that. Somebody called and it was a girl over there topping a dude off. And she like, you over there listening?
Huh?
She like, yeah, I'm listening. Y'all the ones called me. I'm like, what the
Wow.
heck type of stuff is that? You heard the pants unzip and everything. That was some crazy stuff. She said, you nosy? She like,
Oh,
yeah, I'm nosy. Why would he call while he got
she
on?
had details.
Yeah, that joke was crazy. That was on her live too. That was wild. I got myself to 1,000
Hey,
real
let me ask
quick.
you a question, bro. Like, how you be getting your lives popping? Your live be popping sometimes. How you be getting your lives popping?
That's random. That junk be random. That junk, I just try to be on here. And some of my friends come in, they share and all that stuff and hit them likes. I guess the likes and stuff. So it get me to like the For You page. So otherwise, it be slow sometimes. This whole week kind of been slow anyways, though. But it is what it is.
Not shit.
It be like
You
that.
was on my For You pages now, cause I was
Oh,
about to
was
go,
okay.
get ready to sit back, and just swipe, but you popped up, and I don't know for some reason my phone, like I would pass a live up, and like 2 minutes later it'll just click on a live for some reason, and yeah.
Wow.
Hey, I was on live with y'all this morning, huh?
On who?
I was on your live this morning when I had left, huh? It was
Nah,
your
I
live
ain't
or
seen you since for like about a month when I first met you. About a couple months, 1.5. I think I
All
seen
right,
you in other live
all
though,
right,
but
that's
yeah, you ain't been in my
badass.
live. You know, my stuff got banana
Um,
like
you
last week
you
before
lied this
last.
morning?
My I ain't no nope. I
All
was at
right.
work.
Well, like somebody be having their oh, I know who that was. That was Franklin.
Oh, Frank, yeah, I
That was
know.
Franklin
Yeah.
live. Yeah, cause like y'all let setup be the same or whatever.
hmm And he got them. Yeah, I be in his room sometime. He be having
Would you
all the
say he
boxing on.
separated logical and emotionally led people? Hell yeah.
hmm Right, I noticed. That's one thing I
Like,
noticed.
like this man, the fact that he used to like, probably like, I don't want to say pimp, but pimp women are probably, he had hoes. He was able to understand women because he paid attention, and I'm guessing, he was just how men supposed to be, just sit back and be observant. But it wasn't too many times he was wrong. Like he'll call them out, and I tell everybody this: if somebody say something and you get upset, why is you getting upset if it's not true?
Right, that's how you know. Right, that's how you know.
And it's
Exactly.
like people be telling on themselves, bro. And I'm like, bro, do y'all realize like y'all saying one thing, but doing a whole another thing, and y'all don't even see it. And it's like we can tell y'all exactly what y'all doing, and then y'all
Be in
still go
denial.
do it, and then get mad whenever we be like, bro, like what the fuck? No, what you mean, bro? I just told you what you're doing, and you still doing it.
Right, that's called living in denial. I mean, it's even like
Man,
it's crazy because I mean, it's like even society has made it to be that way, so they're not realizing what's going on. 'Cause it's like you can even talk about. Watch as soon as I say this, then the room want to jump up. I'm not even trying to do, but like the makeup thing, right? Like it's
mm-hmm.
already they've been hiding under that, so they're not going to show their real face. So they feel like they really they makeup and all that stuff. So it's like they already live in denial. So once you tell them the truth, right, on different situations, it's like alien to them. So no, that ain't true. That ain't that. It ain't all the way like that. Or you lie. You know what I'm saying? Why you yelling out your lungs if it ain't the truth? I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? You try to hide
Facts.
something. You thought that somebody was gonna lift that rug up. That's what it was. They thought that they can hide for a while. That don't happen like that, man. You gotta
Bro,
build
like
confidence.
I be looking at some women when they don't have their makeup, and when they do have their makeup, I be like, y'all don't realize that y'all are two different people, right? Like I met the woman with the makeup. Now you mad because I don't want to talk to you without makeup. I don't know this person.
Right. Exactly.
Like I know this person, and the fact that when you take off your makeup, you don't look nothing like how you looked it with makeup. Like the makeup not a
Right.
problem. The fact,
hmm
the fact women today, like they are really able to create a face with makeup, bro. Like they got that good with it. Like they could create a face
Yeah.
from the highlights. So like they can move their cheekbones and just do whatever if they know how to like use that the highlight bar. But it's like I don't know. They the ones using it, but they get mad whenever we say something. But vice versa, the shit they want to say men this, men that, and this one thing that I'm hating about women right now. One man could do something right, one man, and they go say this. You see, that's why. Oh man, I be like, no, 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 no. He don't speak for me. I speak for me, and that's his opinion. Whatever. Don't put that on every man. Like, but this, I want to say it's TikTok, bro. Like, I want to say it's TikTok because TikTok is the solution, but also the problem. Cause like I know you noticed this too, like lives that always got the most outrageous questions, right? Like those the ones that got hundreds and hundreds of people in there, but
Facts.
people who just be conversating like how me and you conversating right now, bro. This live ain't go past 4 people in about a few minutes. You feel me? Like I'm about to go
Right.
share it out, but like this bitch ain't come out. It is at 4. You feel me? So it's me, you, and probably 2 more people in the comments. If y'all in the comments, say what's up, so I can know y'all here. But it's like
Right.
I butcher
Hey, it
this.
show how sad the
It's me.
situation is. It's the drama base. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people got stuff that's inside of them So they need to go to somewhere where they can express themselves and speak their traumas out loud, so they can feel good about it, or even just going back and forth. It's a that's that dopamine stuff. So they're not gonna go to stuff that's telling them to do right, telling them to get yourself
I
together.
don't like. And look, let me ask you this: have you ever been in a live and you talking to them just how me and you talking, right? They go say this,
Yeah.
oh, I ain't trying to argue with you. Who? I'm actually like, I'm just talking. Like, I'm trying to
Right.
have a conversation. Who arguing?
Right. Because they don't got no comeback. They don't got no. Even if you
But
calm with it, like they don't have comeback, so they feel like you being disagreeable or trying to argue with them or something like that. Like, no, I just was giving you another point of view. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong.
but look,
Or I just don't feel
those
what
be
you
the
talking about. Ain't nothing
but
wrong
look,
with
those be the
that,
men when we talking about they got spiritual powers. I'll be like, bro, no, y'all don't. And
man.
then they'll try to say some shit, and I'm like, if that's what y'all on right now, y'all got a lot of work to do. Like, y'all might want to go check out my page, because earlier I was on the live, and you know me, like I'm gonna come in like how like just the way like I speak, I come off wrong to people because I'm gonna speak directly and I'm gonna tell you
Right.
exactly what I mean. So you ain't gotta be like, oh well, so you meant this? No, I meant exactly what I said. And
Right.
people be like, oh, you ain't got no power. What do? I'm like, y'all might want to go check out my page, because it had this dude try to tell me that I don't know nothing about women whenever I be making videos trying to enlighten the women that they got more power than what they have. I'm like,
They do.
all of y'all right now are assuming right now. Like, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And look, I told them this in the beginning of the live. Sometimes I go in lives and I just observe the whole panel. And right now
Mhm.
I'm observing y'all. I told them I am observing y'all, and they did exactly what the hell they like. They didn't change. I'm like, bro, somebody can literally tell y'all they are just observing y'all behavior right now, and y'all go
Yep.
still like it. Like it went in one ear and out the other. So like you can they don't even pay attention to things that right in front of their face, bro. You feel me?
Yeah.
Cause like most people, they be having on headphones when they be on TikTok. So it's like you heard it, you heard it,
You heard it loud and clear. You just playing it off, trying to look.
right?
I told you that living in denial is serious. That's literally a lifestyle, living in denial. Because that's even that, right? We even tell our kids, like, don't say that. You know what I'm saying? They be telling the truth though, but it's just like, oh, that's rude. You can't do that. But a kid see what they see. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, if you big, they gonna call it out. If you look like nothing, you know what I'm saying? They gonna just flat out say it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
The
So
truth hurts.
the truth freaking hurt. It's just you gotta be confident in who you are for real, whatever the situation is. If you got a split in your lip or something like that, you can't hide that forever, man. Just walk around with it and get somebody to accept you with that split on your lip. You know what I'm saying? It's anything. That's
Better get
just
some
how
damn
it is.
Kermits.
Huh?
Get some damn Kermits. That'll fix that motherfucker. Some
I
Kermits.
don't think Carmen's gonna catch that split on the lip. You need some a soul kit. It's like no, stop. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you gotta be confident in however you are. If you missing a body part or anything, just be confident in it, man.
Hey, look, I be trying to like, but lately I've been trying to get people to just comprehend this. Words are powerful. Like, watch what y'all say out here. And earlier in another live, this female, she had said something. I'm like, I get what you saying, but like how you had said it, pretty much she was like, in the few like after 2 more elections, the downfall of the black community is what happened with the woo. I'm like, I get what you saying, but watch the words you say. She could be like, oh, I'm divinely protected with the spirit. I'm like, huh? I'm like, yeah, everybody is divinely protected, but she feel like since she's a woman, and then I'm the only dude on the panel, surrounded by women. So you know they
Hmm.
about to join in. Yeah, she is
What up,
strictly
Tony?
protected. We all this. I'm like, I know y'all are. I'm not saying y'all not. But she go say this. I'm not manifesting or nothing. I'm like, the fact that you just said you not manifesting, you don't really know what manifesting really is. 'Cause you are speaking it into the universe, and then she tried to bring it to vibrations. I'm like, it's not vibrations. It's actually frequencies. Word
Hmm.
sounds is frequencies that our brain tune into words. She like, so you trying to talk about vibrations? I'm like, no, I just said frequencies. There's two different things. They go say it's the same thing. I'm like, oh my Lord, if y'all just own that, like y'all got a lot to learn when it comes down to y'all spiritual conquest, cause it's a long way for y'all, and if y'all just own that, y'all got a long, long way. But all you gotta do is just follow my page. Follow my page. Now you don't gotta go on my page. My video go find you whenever it's time to, for you to see it. But I tell I tell everybody, don't go at nobody left hand until you take 5 seconds. Click on the picture, click on their page, and just see what that person be talking about before you go left on that person. If you can't take 5 seconds to see who you about to talk to, and you don't know this person, so you about to assume everything. If you
Right.
can't get 5 seconds, you ain't about to do nothing else for yourself. 5 seconds, just to make sure, like, let me see who I'm talking to make sure I ain't talking to nobody who actually know their shit.
Mm.
And I fool a lot of people, bro. Like they see my name, spiritual high priest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Automatically, they think religion. They think religion. And if the live is on religion, when not, cause the first thing I'm gonna say, bro, the God in the Bible is the devil. How you gonna be saying that and your name's spiritual? I'm like, yes, my name is spiritual high priest, not spirituality high priest. Spiritual high priest, that's two different things. Christian is a spirituality. It's not spiritual. It's two different things. But they don't understand that either. Like I don't even bother with people who still try to talk about religion, because like if none of them can answer one question, bro. What good name one good thing that man did in the Bible that was good? Then they wanna and I'm like, answer the question. If y'all can name just one good thing that man did in the Bible, I won't say nothing else about religion. And then that's when you must
When he
ain't
died
read
on
the
the
Bible.
cross
No,
for us,
I
I
don't.
thought that was the best thing he could ever did.
Hey, he didn't do that for us. That's
What
how
he
they
do it
wrote the
for?
book, bro. Jesus, it's like Jesus never wrote not, bro. Jesus never wrote not one word in that Bible, bro. Jesus don't know nothing about Christianity, bro, because that was created after he passed away. You feel me?
Mm. What's
Like
your beef against the Bible?
it's manipulative as fuck.
I
Like
think it's the people that teaches it is. I think if we take our time to read it for ourselves, because I read it a whole different way from, especially how the pastors be reading it. But
yeah, I read
I
it as
see
a book.
I see the goal of it though. It's out of love though. That's how I see it. It's
But see
really
what it
just trying
do.
to self discipline and
See
all that stuff.
no, but look, see what it do. It's like it tend to put people in a box to where they won't even be able to find themselves who they like spiritually, like to actually actually do what they got to do to actually like ascend in the world. 'Cause a lot of shit's simple, but
Oh
it
man,
like
it's a
something about
great
that book, bro.
time to
It
be
be having a
alive.
hold on them, bro. It be having a hold on them, and like they just. And look, I'll tell anybody, I know I can't change your belief. I'm not trying to change your belief. But I don't mind listening to your side if you listen to my side. And you could even go first. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But
But
it's
I
like
think
they
you
can't
already
even do that.
starting off
So,
wrong when you say something like the devil is or whatever. You already deeming somebody else's beliefs and stuff. I don't think everybody believe it that way. I don't even know where that information
no,
even came
but,
from. That's weird. But that's like I'm saying
uh,
we can literally do that to each other. All of us is limited to what we know. It's still gonna come to faith at the end of the day in our only experiences. That's why I just let people believe what they believe because all of us. Now I can ask this question: who the heck knows what the real truth is? I don't know if anybody know that. You know what I'm saying? We only going
the
based off of
people,
what we experience and what we got taught. Tiffany, what's the
the
deal,
people who
Tiffany?
was alive during the time, that the Bible got written. Cause, it's a
We
gospel.
don't
It's
know
called
that
the
either. Like
gospel
all this
of,
stuff get debunked. Like the stuff that we choosing to believe in now. Like even me, cause like I'm more spiritual, right? I believe. I mean, I believe the Bible too, or have a lot of truths in it, right? But I ain't, the religion and the Bible is two different things. We always tie it in because the Bible has like a bunch of
yeah,
religion in
yeah.
it, and they never told you you had to be
But
a
see,
Christian either.
right, and it never said follow religion. But look, this one thing about the Bible. The Bible never said you have to get on your knees to pray.
Probably didn't. That's why I
The
say it's
Bible
the
no
people that teach it. It's the
the,
people that teach the
the
stuff is
Bible
the
never
problem.
said in like the Bible never said anything about paying tithes and offering in church. That's actually why
No, not
Jesus
church
got
because we the church.
crucified. Yeah,
Yeah,
we have
we
a
the
church right
church.
now, but it's like the building church. That became a thing. I want to say it was the second congregation meeting in the second century. Cause like every year they'll have a meeting and talk about Christianity. You know that was when it was in the beginning and all that. But the building came in the second meeting in the second century. That's when they actually started building buildings for it. So pretty much they pitting the people inside of a box. You feel me? Like they pitting them in a box and feel like they can only have church inside of that one room. Hey, you from the north or are you from the south?
In the north.
All right. Yeah. You know about like voodoo, hoodoo, and all them other African spiritualities, right?
Yeah, I got some friends on here that know about it. Yeah,
All right. You ain't and how old you is?
33.
Okay, I'm 30, so cool. Let's go to church in about 2002, 3, 4, 5, 6. Between that time. You ain't never realized like when they caught the Holy Ghost, right? And people, like when they do their praise dance, people might, start running around, might fall out and all that. That's when they echo. You ain't never noticed it was the same people every time doing the same thing? Because it's very few people who I actually like ask that to, because like I'm like they wasn't aware, but I see you got some awareness. But it's like you ain't never noticed it was the same people who running around, gotta get picked up, going in circles, acting up, doing the little dance, doing the
Mm.
little ritual dance, getting everybody riled up, getting everybody in the daze, talking about the Holy Ghost. But if they see a ghost, they go automatically call that demonic, right? Jesus rose
Mm.
from the dead. Let somebody rise from the dead today. What they go call that? Demonic, right? Everything
It's the
in
teachers, man. Like I said, it's
spirituality
the teachers. You can't really
to
blame the people because of the way the false teachers and stuff. That's why I give grace to people because we really don't know. All of us trying to go off of what we think, and we think we smart because we know all this extra stuff and choose to live life a certain way. But we truly don't know the true truth. At the end of the day, we
hey,
might take our little
I
experiences,
fuck
and
with
I could
it.
tell some people might have just got some whatever, and might have did some chakras or whatever, and now they feel like I'm the most woke on and stuff. At the end of the day, none of us know nothing for real. I'm just saying, unless
Hey,
somebody can
hey,
tell me and
ooh,
tell me who
hey,
the
I rock
first
with you,
person on
brother.
earth was, huh?
I said I rock with you because you actually like that's how I be trying to like explain to people like we don't know nothing. Everything that we know is man made, is made up.
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah. That's
Like
why
we
I'm
like
like I'm
we
really
like we
super
don't even
open
know we
minded.
know.
I'm super open minded, man.
Cause
It
like
took a
think
lot
about
out
it,
of
we
me
the only
because
species.
I had to reteach myself though, but I realized like, you know, um all I know that we got here some way. It gotta be some type of creator, even if we don't want to call him God or whatever. Because I know I didn't make myself. I know some people still believe that we created, we are part of God or what. I don't know, but I just know that we only gonna be on
All
Earth
right,
for whatever.
man. Look, tell me if this make any logical sense. The first day he said, "Let there be light," but on day 3, 4, that's when he created the sun. He said, "Let there be light," with no sun. That's why I say
Mm.
like I either call him the creator guy, but it'd be like so like what is your definition of that light? And they be like, huh? I'm like, yeah, I can tell y'all don't be doing no goddamn no type of research on nothing, and y'all just don't know shit because light, like
You know that
we could look
verse?
at a
I
light
could
bulb,
look it
right?
up though. I like looking up verses though. So I ain't know nothing
Uh,
about that.
which
You
verse?
be looking deep into it too. But
No,
I
no, this
realized
not.
that, and you remind me of a lot of people do that too. Once they rid off something, they gonna find their best to
Oh
Because
yeah,
I
because
learned to
I'm
stop doing
ADHD,
that
and
because I could do it. I could literally do
because
that to any religion too, and be like, do that sound right or do that sound right? But I don't know. Once you write
but
something
see,
off, it's gonna be like that.
no, oh, no, I don't write nothing off. I just make logical sense of it because let there be light, but there is no sun. But like let's look at a light bulb, right? You know how a light bulb, it got like the little glass around it and like it, illuminated, right? But if you was to break that glass, the light would just continue to spread out. It wouldn't have nothing to bounce off of. Now the room will be brighter, but you wouldn't see like the bulb shape of the light bulb, right? So let there be light. If you take light and you slow it down, like the glass, if you slow it down with gravity, it's going to create matter. That's how matter like get here. Then matter creates the space, and that's the fifth and the fourth dimension. Then it's us. Then it's the two. Then it's the one. But this how like I can better explain it. The first dimension. Take a pencil and write a point on a piece of paper. Boom. So you got 1 point. Now you can either go up, down, left, or right. But you got one move. That's the second dimension. That's just direction. Now the third, the one we live in, you can go up, like forward, backwards, left, right, any one of those. But also you can come up, like rise up and come vertically with it. That's third dimension. The fourth dimension, look at it like this. From the first was one little point, the second was a line. Now the third is a big old space. Now where are we living in? We can clearly look down and see that the first lives within the second, and the second lives within the third. So the fourth got to be what we live in, right? Because like I don't know. Now you never seen this video that I made, but I can actually like take pictures, and the way I can like manipulate the colors in the settings and all that, I can actually bring out what I call the fourth dimension in pictures. Because how the hell can I make something appear out of pure darkness of a picture, and it's like a whole shape and it's big as fuck, but it's not just one thing, it's
So she's
multiple
a
things that's not in the picture originally. You feel me? And it's like, how the hell? But this what caught my attention. It was like the top bush of a tree way down the street. Now I'm zoomed in all the way. Why I took the picture, I don't know. I was bored one night and I was walking my dog, and I just decided to take my phone and I was zoom all the way in, take one little snapshot, and I left it alone. And when I saw it again, I started fucking with it. It was like 2 years ago. But like the top bush of a tree is like, whenever the faces first popped out, the more I went deep in it, the more that face of that tree showed emotion. Like it was showing worry. Like somebody is here that ain't supposed to be here, and the fact that nobody else saying anything, it's like everything else knew that I can't really come into their dimension, but just the fact that I was able to see it. Like if you see I'm gonna see the video, like, and you could be able to see like the tree actually, like, it's each time the color change, it got more worry on it. Now the background is pitch black. It's gonna have something pop out in the back that if you go back to the front of the video, you'd be like, bro, where the fuck that shit came from? I have no clue, but it's in there. You feel me?
mm-hmm.
Like, and I did another like video like that where one picture, bro. It was one picture. When I say so many things came out, bro, so many faces in so many different places. The faces was moving, and like I made sure I got everyone so people could actually see like bitches be moving, like the shit real. And I can use any camera, like iPhone camera and Android camera. If we and I was telling people like, look, send me your picture then. Send me your picture and watch how. Like I can look at it and see if something in that motherfucker just third eye looking at it. But it's like, if I get to twisting these colors and something come out, then what you gonna say? You can't say that it's deceptive, that I tried to manipulate, because this is your picture, and I can easily go back in order and I can show you and get back to your original picture. But people wasn't ready for that shit 2 years ago, and they still not ready for that shit. But like, it got shit that people need to, like, they don't need to be aware of it, but the fact that I can make them aware of it, if somebody can make you aware of something that nobody else really do, and it's some shit that actually go into what everybody be talking about. You might want to just go swing on, swing around it and just see what dude talking about and just listen. Cause if it resonate, it resonate. If not, if it don't apply, let it fly.
Right. Got to. I wish people knew that one. I'm looking up that thing you was talking about the sun and stuff. The reason why it's like that. Uh, so I see people wrote down different things about it. And God saw it was good. How can this be? How could there be light, morning, evening, first, second, and third day if the sun and moon and stars were not created until the fourth day? It's the only problem if we fail to take into account an infinity, omnipotent God does not need the sun, moon, and stars to provide light. God is light. First John 1 and 5 declares, this is a message we heard from him declaring God is light, and in him there is no darkness at all. God himself was the light the first 3 days of creation, just as he being new heaven and new earth. There will be no more nights. They will not need night, the light or lamp of the sun, for Lord God will give them light. They will reign forever and ever. Revelations, until he created the sun, moon, and star, God miraculously provided light during the day and may have done so during the night. Jesus said, I am the light, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness. Hmm. Okay. What the heck?
Uh, Switched phones while I had a chat because I accidentally clicked off your live on the other phone. So I'm like, I might as well just switch. I'll use this phone to do something else anyway. So,
Uh-huh.
hey, I really rock with you because the fact that you actually went looked up something that I said, and that's what I do. Like I don't just never take nobody
Oh
word
yeah,
for
I
it. Like
do
I'm
that
gonna go.
all the time. Yeah, cause I know you. My thing is, I do. The reason why I do it because, like I say, everybody interpret. I realize that just in general, everybody
Mm-hmm.
interpret the Bible different ways, just like everybody interpret everything different ways. So that's why I just been through this a lot. That's why I love going verse by verse because I do believe in the Bible. So I go verse and verses. Most of the time, it don't be like how a person presented to me, but I can't tell a person who right or wrong, and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because we really don't know. Because we only going off our interpretations or whatever.
But the,
We
but the
only
Bible
go with what we
just
feel.
like to me, it's just so contradictory because God
Yeah,
tell
I
me
was
this.
told that.
I am a jealous God. Like I say, I am a jealous God. Nigga, who you jealous of? You God. You all knowing. You know it ain't nobody else up there. Hold on. So why you telling me that? So are you saying that there are other gods? Because and then that's when they say, well, he was talking about pagan gods. Nah, he said that way before they
Nah,
even got to the pagan gods in the Bible. He let them know,
I
I am a
mean,
jealous God.
yeah,
Who you jealous of?
that
God.
makes sense to me though because like, don't you say if you get jealous too, right? When you say one of your kids treat you, or when you was a kid, then you used to get jealous of your if mom's treated another. I don't know if you got siblings or treated the other one better than the other, you'll get jealous, right?
Yeah.
Right. So jealousy actually comes out of love or some it's some type of love behind it. So if you created something or whatever and your kids is showing something else more attention than you know what I'm saying, you will most definitely get jealous. That's just how it is. It only makes sense. Out of love you get jealous. That's
Look
why
at it
that's
from this
why if somebody
perspective.
want more attention to them not getting served by or getting their attention took away by other things or you know what I'm saying, or at least get some type of um, what's that gratefulness? I'm trying to think of the word, but it's some type of
Gratitude.
acknowledgement or something like that. You're gonna get jealous. That's just how it is.
All right, but like look at it from this perspective, we wouldn't have no awareness of of that they like we wouldn't have awareness that there could be another God, so we would only know him as God. We wouldn't even create a no other God. But
I'm
until he
100%
says
sure I
that,
know it ain't no other God. But it have to
but
be just one because they be
but
fighting right now. We don't see no
no,
guys fighting right now to this day.
I mean we don't know what they fighting, because that's in the higher dimension. That's like 4 dimensions up. I put God in the seventh dimension, but um,
We gonna get caught up to something, whatever created all this, because at the end of the day, if it is more guys, some created those guys too. I
it's
mean, so it got to be a God
bro
over them guys.
that, but
How some gonna have the
like
power to create all these things? That's what I'm saying.
like and that's what it's like. See, that's the box that Christianity people like they put people in, cause like they be like God always was. Okay, I can understand it. I can understand that God always
I feel
was.
like
He
we
always
always
be
was too. Sometimes I'm like, what was he doing all the
right.
time before he came
But
a baby and all this stuff?
we can say
Yeah,
just
that's
looking at everyday life, right? If it's not created, it's not going to exist. So who created? It ain't no such thing as always been. I mean, I understand, time is a concept that we can't fully comprehend yet, but
yeah. Time not real though.
facts,
We only
facts.
going off of sun up, sun down, but that's just that's Earth. That's on Earth. Imagine if we go by the time off Jupiter, we'd be super old.
Man,
You know what I'm saying? Because by the
imagine,
time it see
oh,
daylight, it probably
imagine
been
if we
two
go by the
years.
time that the Hebrews go by.
Huh?
No, imagine if we use the Hebrew calendar.
All
You
right,
know
that's what I'm
about it?
saying. These calendars change, all that days change, all that stuff. We really older, probably older than we think we is. We might be, you know what I'm saying? We just don't know, man. A lot of this stuff is not real. Like time is not real once you go to space. That's what I was saying. I realized that a while ago.
Yeah, I want to say the faster you go, the slower time move for you. But it's like the faster you go, the farther you get away from Earth. Time moves faster for us on Earth than what it moves for you out of space. Something like that.
I was about to say, I wonder, right? Do we really move fast? 'Cause if we go to space, we would just be floating like the rest.
No, I said I can tell you this right now. The Earth is spinning at about between 800 miles and 1,200 miles per hour right
Yeah,
now.
they did
So
say it's
if
moving
it
super
just come
fast.
to
Yeah.
a sudden stop, not only is the cord gonna twist this motherfucker to hell, so it's gonna crack up, but we about to go flying. Like, bro, we is gonna go flying if
Probably
it
ain't
just
gonna even
come to
feel it.
a
We probably ain't gonna feel it.
man.
We just be
Hey,
instantly
bro,
obliterated.
look, lately, bro, I've been having this thought, like, and I don't know why I've been having this thought, but like, people don't realize just how fast it could end. Like, how me and you having this conversation right now and did nothing.
Yeah, we wouldn't know.
Like,
We wouldn't even know.
like,
That'd be
you feel me,
a
bro?
wild way to go out. We just be talking like, yeah, you know, if the earth had been stopped,
like, like,
at least
like
we wouldn't
the
feel it
fact that
though.
we could think
It'd be
about it
back to
though,
we'd
but
be
we
going
can't.
back home or
Like,
wherever we
we
came
can't
back from.
comprehend that, bro. We could
uh,
think about it, but like, but like, we could think about it, but like, we can't comprehend that. No way, cause like, we can't comprehend nothing. It's hard to to put your mind to nothing because once you actually
nothingness,
put your
right?
mind to nothing is there. So like, what you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was literally thinking about that some days. Like, man, I wonder if we gonna go back to ourselves or whatever. I mean, it do because the fact that we got the ability to think right now, right? Because like it was a
Mm-hmm.
time where we didn't know none of this stuff, right? So it seemed like we're gonna, if we was to like, when we get off this earth or whatever, it seemed like we're gonna have the same brain we had when we first started. It not even the brain, we just gonna have that same whatever before we even start thinking. You know what I'm
But
saying?
look,
Like we,
we've
it's so
been
funny.
able to think like the human species, Homo sapiens. We've been able to think even before we evolved into Homo sapiens. Like, just
Right.
think about let's go back to let me see, Homo erectus, Homo habilis. Let's go back to the Australopithecus. That ape decided to stand up. The other apes stayed on their knuckles, but this motherfucker stood up,
Mm.
walked upright. That's why all the apes and monkeys we can, walk upright. We not on all four. Like, you look at every other animal, bro. They on all four. And some kangaroos, but they use their tail, but they have a tail. We dropped our tail and we stood up, and our hips got wide, so we was able to run. But like they had trial and error, like variations. Look at us. Take a chimp, a bonobo, and a gorilla. Gorillas can walk
Bonobo.
upright,
Hey,
they
y'all
fast.
that's in the
They
in the
fast as
chat,
well.
man. If y'all can do me a favor, I see Tiffany doing her thing though with the likes, good looks on the light. If you got some more friends and stuff, if y'all, whoever, I see there's 9 people here. Go ahead and share to like 10 people if y'all can. They might be
Let me share
interested
with
in
you. Hold
live.
on, but I'll do
Even
it
get them
later.
to the
But I'm
ones that
gonna.
don't like the guy in my background. Give it to them too. I want to talk to. I just want to bring another point of view on it. Yeah. But yeah,
Some people.
you did say it's going that fast. You made me still thinking about that. If it stopped, we wouldn't even know it stopped. We
Right.
wouldn't know.
For real though, 'cause like it'll, like bro, like we could be laughing and then like bro, nothing. And then look,
Nothingness again,
it's the
right?
thing.
Back to square one.
What if the afterlife was just a myth and all that, and there's literally nothing when you unalive? It's you're unalive. You can't. It's nothing. It's before you was born. You know how we can't
Yeah.
think about
That's why I say it
before
got to be
we was
like,
born.
yeah,
That's how it's gonna
back to
be.
like before we was born. Yeah, that's how I be looking at it.
Like
Cause what was we
somebody
doing with
asked
our
me the other day, like,
ancestors around all that time? It just seemed like we always. I feel like we always been too. You know what I'm saying? Because it's
because
like, well, how
I
did
was
our
doing it.
ancestors be the lucky ones? Like, think about it. They went through all these years and they survived all this stuff or whatever, and then we came to this earth after that. That's crazy. I be thinking about this stuff like that. Like, man, what was we doing? Was our ancestors? Were they really at war? And was they getting fed? And how did they make it to 2000? Their lineage made it all to 2023. Mine out of all the people. You know what I'm saying? One of mine could have been one of the traders that got all unalived or something. You know what I'm saying? I be thinking about all some type of stuff.
Hey, let me ask you a question, bro, because this happened on the live with the females earlier. Because they was like the Indian and they people didn't come over here on a boat. I'm like, okay, cool. I understand what y'all are saying, but do y'all understand that if y'all go back far enough in history, everybody come from Africa. They gonna be like,
If
why you
it's
gotta go
Pangea.
that far back? My people are indigenous to here. Woo. If you type in Memphis, it's gonna say Egypt, Memphis. I'm like, oh, y'all on that new shit. Y'all not really aware of what's like. Y'all don't even know that y'all really don't know, and y'all think y'all know. But I'm not here to correct y'all because that ain't my job. I'm observing y'all right now. I'm trying to see where everybody at, so I can know. Okay, I can pick this out. I can
I
pick
don't
that
be
out.
trusting that
And like,
stuff either. I don't be trusting that stuff either, man.
bro,
I feel like
listen and
everything
look.
could get tampered with. I feel like even, how they even say like the thing would it be like, well, remember we couldn't read at first, so they gave us the
Ooh,
people whatever. They gave you the Bible. Why
he
would that
gave
be the
us the
first
book
thing?
of
But
the
I'm like,
Bible,
but
but
then again, they
we
continually
wasn't
giving us
supposed to read it
Google,
right though.
huh?
We wasn't supposed to read it right though, but they gave us a Bible. What the fuck?
Yeah,
You
but
feel
they
me?
also giving us they all the same people like that's why I said we only picked that part, but then we getting the research that we talking about right now. We getting all that, and all they had to do was say, "Oh no, black person made that," and now we want to listen to it. Now that'd be funny to me because it's like, how do we know? Like all this stuff could be tampered or lied to, but we just want to go. That's why I say. That's why I tell people. That's the reason why I'm going back to that. What I tell people to, believe in what you feel because that's all we all doing. If we feel
But
something, we
look,
gonna be like, "Well, this is right." You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be right or something like that. But at the end of the day, we truly don't know because we wasn't living since the beginning of time and watched everybody in history and just like stories, right? We know how like if we can tell a story to somebody and by the time it gets to us, it'll be a whole different story from the perverse person that told us the story about it. You know what I'm saying? It don't be the same.
facts. Hey, you ever looked up like some English words like the etymology? Like you can go Latin, Greek, and whichever. All I know, Latin and Greek. If you look up some English words in Latin and Greek, hey, you gonna be surprised where that word actually come from and what that word actually mean. Like the
From what
word
they told
disorder,
us it came from. The
like
people told us.
the word disorder, right? Like mental disorder, because I'm ADHD and I'm autistic. So I don't know one day recently I was bored. I looked up disorder, and the Latin root word of disorder is ordained.
Mm.
What's the definition of ordained? Chosen by God. So that like it ain't give me confirmation on my theory, but it gave me confirmation on my theory because I feel like, all right, let me, because I can talk to you regularly. You know how if you tell somebody that they just typical, right? Like, oh, you're just a typical person, they go get mad at you, right? Like, I ain't
Right.
typical, they go try their hardest to, prove that they're different, right?
Prove
But
yourself, right?
your neuro label is neurotypical, while we are neurodivergent. So y'all label us as different, in the name, but y'all don't realize y'all are typical. But y'all trying so hard to prove that y'all not typical, and y'all don't even realize that y'all doing it whenever we call y'all typical. But notice it be the people who are neurotypicals be the ones that we actually gotta like the shit that me and you do, bro, and like the shit that me and you know, it's really to help them because if not, they gonna be lost forever. They are the sheep.
Some people
You
meant to
feel
be
me?
lost though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
Some people
everybody,
is.
everybody come can't go.
I
And like
believe.
this
I
how
believe everybody got their mission on this earth for a reason. I don't believe in mistakes. I don't believe in none of that stuff though, because it's like we could have. I always look at it that we could have been one of them people. That's another reason why I got
man,
grace
look,
with so many people because I could have
out of
been that person that we
anything
talked down
that
on.
could happen, why that thing happened?
Huh?
Like like when something happened, right? Out of anything that could have happened, why this one thing happened? Because it was supposed to happen. Like any other thing could
So
have
yeah.
happened, but this thing happened.
Yep.
That's why.
Yep.
Like and look,
That's
I can
how
go
it
deep
is.
into anything. That right there, that's it. Because it happened. That's the why. Like
That's a while,
so,
right? Because it happened. You know.
so like look, let me ask you this: why are people an asshole? Because they're a fucking asshole. The fuck? like like a lot
Nah,
of
hey, bro.
answers be in
Why
the
are
questions that
all the
people be
smart brothers wear the same glasses? Do they? There's a billion
hey,
frames out here. How do you wear the same glasses?
hey,
Or you just mean wear
have you ever,
glasses in general?
hey, hey, bro, look, let me ask you this because what he said made me think of it. It's not really a theory because I don't really like, ponder on it too much because at the end of the day, I know I can't make nobody even think
Okay.
like this because they are so indoctrinated with the brain. But I feel like the eyes is the brain.
The what?
The eyeballs,
What
the
about
eyes
him?
is the brain.
Oh
Like,
wow.
I feel like the eyes is the brain. And when he said that, it's like all of the smart people, the brain got to refocus to like a certain frequency or, vibration
So
of
you said a
light.
blind person can't be smart?
With the glasses, bro. You know what I'm saying? With the glasses, it's like, cause he said the same type of glasses, so it's like
Yeah.
it gotta tune in your eyes to the right frequency vibration of light, to see the world clearly, right? And
Yeah.
it's like the eyes is the brain, cause everything that we know, bro, colors, everything, it comes through the eyes. Yeah, we got ears and we can listen and hear, but everything comes through the eyes. Everything that we know that we perceive comes through the eyes.
Right.
And we can actually say that we see the world from our eyes, not from our brain. Because like we can see that like we don't see nothing else on our face, and the fact that our eyes can actually block out our nose because we can see our nose all the time, right? But the fact that our eyes can block it out and not even see it unless you look down and then you go see it cross. So it's
Oh, you
like
made
that
me
little
literally
part
look
of the
down that
eye,
quick too. I was like,
right?
it's
So like
cross-eyed.
that little part of the eye is just I
You
don't want to say that
focused.
it's dark or that it's blind or it don't work, but the fact that it can send messages to the brain. Now remember, they say how our pupils made and our retina, light comes in upside down and our brain flips it right side up. We learned that in like the second, third grade, right?
Hmm.
All right. You know how on TikTok it got the inverted camera?
Yeah.
All right. Whenever you got a chance, look, turn on the inverted camera and put it on your skin. You either go be blue or you go be green. Now, what color is the hieroglyphics of the old people? Blue and green, right?
Green,
If you
yeah.
go outside at night, dark would be light. If you go outside in the daytime, light would be dark. All the color
Mm,
should be flipped. And they told us that at a young age, light comes into your eyes flipped, and then the brain flips it back.
mm-hmm.
Why our eyes gotta flip it? And no other species do that. Like we didn't think about it then, but they actually told us like they will make you aware. It's up to you to even get the knowledge, you know. But they go think like they not gonna give you everything, but they gonna give you some of it to where you don't even question it.
You can't touch me. You cannot touch me.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me want to try the inverted thing out. He got me doing everything looking stuff.
And
Trying to see
like
if I can find that filter. Nah, I can't.
and also I be trying to get people to stop saying we black. We is not black. We not
They
black.
called us black.
We are exactly.
The
And
kids
like
is having.
I be like this, like, bro, y'all be trying
It's
to get
these
y'all
labels,
power
man.
back, but y'all don't realize the power of choice. Y'all don't choose. Y'all feel like, well, I ain't had no choice. Yeah, you did. You had a choice to even do it.
Oh
Even
man,
if you
don't
ain't
say
want to
that.
do it, whenever you
Don't
decided
say
to
that. You
do
gonna
it, that was
trigger
a
some
choice.
people. I
We
had
ain't
no
Oh,
even
I
first
choice.
of all, we ain't even
already
black and
know.
brown.
Already. But look, the truth hurts. But look, somebody gotta tell them.
Yeah.
You feel me? But it's like, bro,
I
like
had no choice.
sometimes, yeah, you did. Yeah,
I
you
had no choice
did.
but to sleep with that girl I slept with.
You better
They be
fucking
making up
fight.
all the excuses, man. I'll be like,
And
dog, if
look,
you don't.
they also had a choice to fight. Did you fight? No, you gave
Right.
in, which was like everything that you do, everything you choose to do it. So we have free will because you choosing everything you're doing. It's your
Choosing
choice.
right. And then
Hey,
choice is supposed to come with accountability, and people don't like that right there. That's when they really start burning. That's why they rather
hey,
live that life. Well, I had no choice. I had to do what I do. I had to get on that pole. I had to twerk it for
you ain't have to do a goddamn thing.
boy.
Right? There's too
Oh,
many
KS to
options out
Walmart to KS to Walmart factory and go get a goddamn real damn job. You wanted to hop on that pole. You wanted to dance on that.
right.
Like anything that
Exactly.
you do, nah, that's what you chose to do. Like you could have did anything, anything in
Could
the
have did
world.
anything, right? That's why I'm be done with the excuses. People just they don't never
Cause
want to.
look,
And even if you did it when you was young, you could say you did it when you young, but still you still making excuses about you being young. That's where the problem come at.
you wasn't
That mean you ain't
aware,
learned from
but
your past.
facts. You ain't learn from your mistakes.
Yep.
Because look, I tell people if the same thing keep happening, you might want to look at yourself and be like,
Got to.
something gotta change with self. But look, a lot of problems people have, bro, they don't even realize this. The questions that they have, nobody never told them no goddamn questions. Where the question come from? Self.
So
Okay, if the question come from self, how the hell can somebody else give you the answer for a question that came from you, motherfucker? Like they point the finger at everybody else, woo, but they don't point the finger at themselves and just ask themselves. Because you can actually talk to your brain, yeah, like people who be depressed and all that shit. If a
yeah,
depressing thought come, you choose to think about that thought. Man, tell your brain this. I don't want to think about that. Hey, look, say, bro, ask your brain this right now. Brain, what's my next thought? And watch your brain go quiet. If you ask your brain, what's your next thought gonna be? Your brain will be like, bro, quietness. Because it know you finna ask it that, but the fact you
I
but the
get
fact
you.
you had the audacity to even ask the
And that
brain that,
is
now the
funny
brain
though.
actually gotta
Right, that
follow that
is
order.
funny.
You feel me? Like the brain gotta follow because the brain gotta like let you know what your next thought will be, and the brain
Mm,
really don't
I
know
get you.
because you actually cut off the brain flowing on its own.
Let me ask myself what the hell. I just thought about thinking about that. I
You feel
thought
me?
about thinking that. That's funny.
They
I'm about
cut
to
off
hurt
your
my
whole
brain
train of
trying to.
thought that you knew you had. Like shit, simple, bro. Like it all starts with
What's the
self.
next question? Like the next question was me thinking about that, asking myself this.
And now, even whenever you try to stop thinking about it, you thinking about not thinking about
Right.
it.
You thinking about not thinking about it, which make you thinking about
And look,
it.
to just stop all that, you gotta pitch because now your awareness is in your head. You gotta put your awareness somewhere else and let your brain just be a brain, just sit there. And if you do that enough, you go actually separate consciousness from the ego. That's how you kill the ego. Now you still gotta do shadow work because the ego still gonna be there, but that voice in your head that know all the song lyrics, that one, the one who you can actually talk to all day, who do you think that is? Mr. Ego. Now, what is the spiritual voice? That first thought everybody did that everybody choose to just for some reason nobody never thought about how any first thought that we have, that second voice is going to always go against it. It's not one time that we had our first thought and then the thought that we actually can control went with it. Right or wrong?
Mm.
Right?
Like one day that just clicked in my head. I'm like, wait, why every time I have a first thought and I choose to ignore that first thought, whatever
What
happen.
they
Like
consider being
if I
ignoring
end
your
up in a jail cell,
intuition.
right? It's like if I end up in a jail cell, why that second voice not there no more? It's just that first voice talking to me like, motherfucker, I told you don't. I told
Mhm.
you leave. You want to leave? Now look
Right.
at you. The second voice is gone,
Oh,
and it's
I
just me
get
and you
you.
in here.
Yeah.
You feel me? Oh yeah, your intuition. Look when you locked in that box, it's gonna talk to you. So when you get out, you go think that the ego is that same voice, and it's not. But a lot of people ain't been like in a jailhouse cell situation to know that they are actually locked into a box. Because when you're in jail, you what locked in the box, right?
Getting in a house with no power, there you go. You're doing all the thinking in the world.
Boom, and
I
it
should have
always
paid
be
my
your
phone bill.
intuition.
I should have paid
It's not
this,
really
that.
like it's not really your thoughts, but it's like once you get out of jail, oh, the intuition,
I
just go
think
sit
two
back because
bags,
they want to
two
see if you paid
bags
attention
of
to anything that y'all talked about that whole goddamn time.
cream part.
Now it's gonna come sit in your ass because self preservation, like the intuition needs you to even like to be alive. So self preservation, so self will always try to save itself, but it's like if you don't listen, I feel like people who don't listen after a while, their voice just say fuck it. I ain't saying nothing else to you because motherfucker you're hard headed. All this
Thank
time
you,
I didn't try to tell you
she
what the hell
funny.
you need. And like you choose to ignore it. And you know what to do. You just choose to ignore it. So you are actively disrespecting the own voice in your head. How you go disrespect your own intuition, bro? You feel me?
Mm.
Hey, and look, did you know that we actually have two consciousness? We have the consciousness in our head, but the body is conscious too. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
The body is conscious. Like whenever you go fit your food, whenever you eat, brush your teeth, are you actually telling your body what to do, or do your body just do it?
You got
Think
that.
about it. We never think about what to do. Like you be like, okay, I'm hungry, but do you tell your body get up, left foot, right foot, grab that? Like no, the body just do it while our mind be somewhere else. Probably watching the video, listening to music, but the body just know what to do. The body is also conscious, and a lot of people don't even know that at all. But it's like
That would be your
how can
subconscious, though.
how can you not foresee like like it's like they not thinking about it because they not thinking about it, so they would never like had that thought like hold on, I never tell my body what to do, and I use the notion of brushing teeth. Everybody brush their teeth every morning, but do you actually tell your? It could be dark in your bathroom, but you can find that toothbrush and toothpaste and brush your teeth in the dark, and it still come out how it's supposed to be.
When I swallow it.
Muscle memory, bro.
Must remember right.
You do it enough
All right,
times,
let
you
me get back to the topic, I guess. So
yeah, do,
why
do your thing, brother.
I
Cause
gotta
look,
talk to
I can talk all goddamn night, bro. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
I know you
And
good, man.
you actually somebody who like
You
kind of
getting deep
aggressive.
on here, man. They gonna have people run away saying I'm talking junk. But
Hey, look, that be my problem. Yeah, I ain't even go bullshit with you, bro.
no, you good, man.
I already know. Let me mute real quick so you can do your thing.
Yeah. What's up, Erica? Yo, you there?
Wait.
Well, she done walked away or something with the
I would be like, y'all there?
heck?
Miss Erica? Who did this under me? 'Cause he been in here for a little minute. How y'all doing?
Abba?
How y'all man doing? Doom, 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 doom,
We're
doom,
good. We're
doom.
just soaking up some knowledge. You know.
Uh-oh. There we
Wisdom,
go.
wisdom.
Yeah.
I guess since Erica ain't gonna answer it, then Abba, how you feel about Kevin Samuels?
Man, R.I.P. Big K Sam's, first of all.
Okay.
Man, I done learned a lot from him. First, how to get myself up. First of all, he done taught me a lot. Like I've been watching this man since he was doing his cologne reviews. Like,
Mm-hmm.
can't nobody really tell me
He
nothing
made
about
you
this
aware of
man.
it. You taught your own self, though. Nobody can teach you nothing. He made you aware
Fact-
of it.
Facts. But yeah, man, it's a lot of he made me aware of especially the game that these women play. Like this, we call it game, but it really ain't no game out here because most of these people be serious about this shit. Like I mean, dead serious about it, and you gotta determine the real stuff from the BS, and he helped me realize a lot, and I mean a lot, especially because I've been in a relationship with my woman for 11 years, and a lot of things that she does, he helped me realize that most of that stuff is emotional emotional BS, like no real logic to it. So it basically helping me, how do you say, just making me feel like I'm not crazy about this, because since they didn't came up with the whole women's rights movement, that they feel like they always right and they gotta be right, and this toxic masculinity stuff when it's just basic man nature that's really going on, and they try to diminish that when you really can't, because at the end of the day, it is ran by most masculine stuff. It's just crazy, and they try to make us feel less than what we really are when we not.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's the thing I did. What I got out of it is, yeah, he try to get us to know our worth. Know our worth, right? You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that I think that a lot of people don't want us to do, because to the ones that was built off of manipulation and all that stuff, it just ain't gonna work, you know. Switching everything around. You're insecure because you don't let me go out and shake my booty and stuff. Like, what the freak? Like, they used to switch the whole game around, man. If you ever, and I've been
I
listening to
was
lives like
always
that, they switched the whole. They was make the thing is make it fit their narrative. That is the funniest stuff ever. Oh
funny. They
nah,
be
you.
Me
a lot of
personally,
people,
I
bro.
was
I swear to
raised in
God,
a
like they would gaslight the hell
house
out you.
full of women, and I'm steady thinking that this is the way and all this other stuff, but really it just conditioned me to pander to the BS that they got going on, and
Right.
causing me to diminish myself to just allow that to happen. Like, this is me. Like, okay, that don't mean I gotta accept that though.
Do you accept it though?
Not at all.
Okay. Because you
Especially when
said
I
the right
started
things.
listening.
I'm like,
Especially when I
but
started listening to his logical stuff. Hold on. Especially when I started listening to his logical message, it all just made sense. Like, no, you don't have to accept this. You don't have to accept you don't have to accept a woman that doesn't fit your values. That don't make you less of a man, as they try to downplay you as. That you just know your worth, and the stuff that they put out there, especially when it comes down to media, and having these women thinking that that's what's it, when it's really not.
Mm-hmm.
saying all the right words.
So,
But I'm gonna just say this: it be women trying to tell a man what a man feel, and I be like, huh? But y'all get mad if we do that to y'all, but I don't do it. But men try to do it, and I be like, hey, bro, you can't tell a woman how a woman feels. You a
This
man, just
is a
like
real
you
man
tell
right
a man
here.
how a man feels. That's
Oh
how
man,
y'all
what
think.
be and
And
what be
look, the
killing
problem
me?
is everybody want to think. Everybody be like, I believe this, I think this. Now, tell me what you know. Tell me
Right.
Right,
what do you know.
and what be killing me is half these women that be saying a man's supposed to do this, a man's supposed to do that. They don't even have their fathers in their lives. So
Well,
how do you know what a man's supposed to do?
mm-mm. Doom, doom,
You know what?
doom.
I'm gonna mute up because I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole on that because I actually just made a
He's about
video
to,
why,
uh,
of why the black
so I want
community
to
is
answer
where it's
that
at.
about reason
I'm
why I
just gonna
said both.
the Vietnam War.
With Tiff, I'm gonna answer why I said both. It kind of ties into that, like the third one, because I do believe that he separated the logical people and the emotional people. I would say the emotional people have most definitely got worse. You know what I'm saying? Because he revealed a lot of truths about the situation. And like I was kind of mentioning before, a lot of people have been living life trying to hide things and, living in denial. Even social media put it out like that, and entertainment does that. They like, that's why all this fake stuff is out. Fake booties, fake all this stuff, fake eyebrow, all that stuff, whatever. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, we just been living in this way so we can hide. We're hiding. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we hide and stuff. So people done made that a personality and all that stuff. So they hide certain things about them. That's why people even trick themselves into dates and all that stuff. They act like they're the good, or even guys, you know what I'm saying? Act like they're the good guy. The next minute, all they want to do was smash. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Let me
So
ask y'all
yeah,
one
it made
question real
the,
quick.
huh?
When have any man ever said that we want women to get BBLs, wear makeup, have lashes, nails done, and all that? Especially the BBLs, like we never said we like that shit. Y'all think we like that, but that shit look ugly. Especially if you get it too big, trying to be like, if you want your body done, go ahead, do your thing, boo boo. Just make sure you are proportionate before you look like Stewie. I mean, Blueface
Facts.
under the mouth.
I mean, me
What's
personally,
going on, host?
What's the deal, brother?
the only thing I really didn't agree with Kevin Samuels is he said once you become higher up in the status, you don't like women of a certain size and shape. Me personally, I like my women BBW. So that
I mean,
all that really don't apply to me. Bring me that big ass, but
I can say why he said that though, because when you get to like a certain level, this is how he looking at it. When you get to a certain level, the uh like the perception of women increases. Like it got more women to choose from. So it's like
Yeah,
like
why
and I
would you
want a big
pick
woman,
that out of
but
a
it's
curved
like
up
it's a
body with
lesser
a
choose
fat
if
booty
you
and
will
stuff?
though, because at that level it's like women actually like they like to they look good, like they make their body look good.
I want that one with the extra bobber.
Bruh.
Hey,
Hey,
I
bro,
like the
just to add to
we got
what
from
y'all saying,
Louisiana.
man, like uh like Kevin Samuels wasn't bad, man. He exposed what he did was he came on, and if you started following from the beginning, he was running men's pockets left and right. You know what I'm
Boy.
saying? Like
bro, what he
like
was
he
out
was
there doing men bad, boy. Especially that
Man,
one
I don't
dude.
know.
He was
True
like,
so much.
you fat with a
he was
small
he
thing.
was
So what you talking about?
but
All
look,
right, so look, hold up,
hey,
because I
but look,
noticed something. We gotta. I'm gonna try to let every one person talk at a time, because I can't hear that over talking thing. I can't even hear the thing.
yeah.
So I'm gonna let Broderick finish up real quick.
Yeah, but yeah, Kevin Samuels, when he first came out, he was running the men's pockets because what he wanted men to do was accept the fact that what you want and what you need is gonna hurt and destroy you. You know, we what we see, like our visual perception on things, like especially when it comes to women, like we like what we see, so we gravitate to it, right? But then what we find out when we get into those relationships is that, the prettiest girl may have the ugliest attitude.
Yeah,
The well built woman may have, a higher body count. She may come with kids. You know what I'm saying? When he started to go at the women, he was saying the same thing, but it was like a reverse mirror. So everybody had to look at their truths. And in this world that we're living in right now, we have to accept the truth for what it is. But right now, what we have is a bunch of people right now trying to fit into this norm because because when you look at society, right, as a whole, men have been hurt, women have been hurt behind people that have infiltrated the good that we all hold dear and near to our hearts because we knew, yeah, you may not be the prettiest, but you were the smartest. You weren't the strongest, but you could do this or you could do that. As we start to develop, and I think what Kevin Samuels was doing was he was trying to break the narrative of us pretending to be something and take
Right.
the facade out of our lives. And when we started to break, when the people that attacked Kevin Samuels the most, and when he attacked people, he wasn't trying to be mean, but he was giving a truthful value that would crack that armor plate that everybody has. You know what I'm saying? I saw one time where this brother was like, he was asking about a high value man. And he said, no, I don't believe I'm a high value man. And he went to talking about, how his kids appreciated him and everything else. We got to stop living a facade too. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a lot of us out here. You feel me? And it's a lot of women out here, you know? And we got to break that facade of life that, just because you look a certain type of way. That whole, and I want to touch on the BBL thing for one thing, right? That was not intended for natural women. That was for some other things, but like the brother said below, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but it wasn't meant for natural women. But the way society has shaped and molded women with beauty, they feel as though, because they're not looking at us and saying, "Oh, I need to get it for us." They're trying to compete. Women are natural competitors or are competitors with other women.
Mm.
Because when the lights go out, like when the lights of reality go out, they start to slowly realize that, damn, I messed up somewhere. I messed up. And men do the same thing. We all do the same thing. It's a facade and it's a fugazi aspect that has been casted on us because what they show as natural beauty has already been augmented. So when you see that these women that you didn't hear about before and they're in the spotlight, women are trying to get to that. And then as they're trying to climb up, life knocks them back down. So now they're here in the crab walk of life. And when they feel as though they go up, it's something that's going to pull them down. That's why people have social anxiety. People have all of these things going on, everything that you can think of in your mind right now. That's why this is going on. Honestly, I went to Applebee's the other day, and you know how many black couples I saw in Applebee's eating and enjoying themselves? It was a bunch. It was a bunch of women in there having a good time. They were having conversation, intellectual conversations about business with other men. Now I don't know what
Mm.
their pockets look like. I don't know what their pockets look like. I promise you, I put this on my daughter's eyes, bro. I got off from work yesterday, and because yesterday I jumped into your live, but I didn't want to talk because I was hungry, and I was just like, I'm just gonna listen. And I walked into Applebee's, and the first thing I saw was nothing more than black couples enjoying themselves. I sat beside a white
No,
family
that
by
wasn't the
myself,
first
solo
date
dolo.
according to their list. So,
No, no, these people, no, see, that's that bullshit. They put that little pretty girl
I
up
had to
there.
talk about that.
That bullshit.
Uh,
They put that little pretty girl up there, and then they want to attack. They want to attack beauty, even if it is real or fake, right? They want to attack the beauty and say, oh, and even women don't even understand that sometimes when they do something, or they post something, or they say something online. Let me explain something to you. A man is comfortable no matter where he eats at. He's going to eat till his heart is content. So we may not all the time. Matter of fact, men don't think about sex like that all the time. If I'm with you, then it's like if we're together as one, then okay, yeah, we know eventually, it is what it is, especially
Hey,
when
hold on one
if you're
second,
in a
Broderick,
relationship.
real quick.
Yeah.
I want to do a pause real quick because I'm about to be on for a little bit. For the people that
Mhm.
didn't share yet, if y'all can share to at least like 10 people and stuff, and people that's
I got you.
outside the box, I need y'all to hit the likes for me. Hit the likes for me. Try to give me like at least. There's 15 people here, so y'all can give me the 10K, man. That way I can get more views in here. And then the people that's in the box, y'all could just
Yeah,
hit
I need you to take
FYP
one deep
hashtag.
breath in and one deep
Huh?
breath out.
I,
Huh?
You
I'll
said
hit
I
the
want
likes.
everybody
I'll
to
get
take
the
one
likes
deep
in.
breath in and one deep breath out. Breathing is
Right.
the one thing that our body do by itself that we can also control manually. That's a power tune.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, what would you was saying, Roger?
But anyway, I went out and I saw what I saw after seeing the post, right? And
Yeah.
then what happens is they put the cute girl up there, and then they say what they don't want to do. And half of the
Mhm.
people that are agreeing with this honestly can't get a man or keep a man behind their attitude,
I said this only
their
somebody
delivery.
did put to my notice though. At least one of them that's at least on there, or maybe a couple of them that was legit. Now bringing somebody to the house the first date, I probably can agree with that. I think it was another one too, but the rest of it, that's just BS. That's why I said I mean, somebody was shocked when I said that. I'm like, man. I said, yeah, I'm taking them McDonald's. I'm like, no, because that's not the whole goal. I'm taking them McDonald's.
No, it's
I
not.
don't care what nobody
It's
think
not.
about that.
The thing about it is this, right? The whole thing about it is this. When you actually say to somebody, "Hey, I want to have a lunch or a dinner or whatever the case may be,"
Yep.
if you can't afford that dinner or that lunch, and I say, "Hey, I'm gonna take you somewhere that's a little bit within my budget," because I'm not an NBA player, I'm not a track star, I'm not a football player, I'm not none of that shit, right? If I say, "Hey, we've been vibing for a minute, let's go to brunch." If I take you, right? If I take you to, let's just say, the Cheesecake Factory, and I come
Mhm.
around, I get outside of my door, and I walk around, and you lock my car door, understand there's no more conversation to be had. If you look at the video within the context of her emotional value, she knew that she messed up from the start because she was just like, "Oh, look at me, look at me. I gotta be here with this." Nobody even knows you.
That's where it started off from, wasn't it? That one lady that was talking about the Cheesecake
Yeah,
Factory, and
that's
then it
where
went
it
to that
started
list
off
after
from
that.
because
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's what started
exactly,
it
and
all.
it's all BS, bro. It's just like, listen, you want to first off, you should have enough respect for yourself, right? Now, I'm not telling women what to do, but think about it like this: you're on a date, and you know that people's eyes are gonna lock in, especially when they see this mixture of a couple, and then you already know there's gonna be one person in there that's gonna keep locking eyes and keep locking eyes. Have respect for yourself to know, you
Tiff
know
be
what?
preaching.
I need to poise. I need to poise with what I'm doing and how I would normally go out to get attention, that I will block and just get a light goal as far as what I see, and start living your life within your
That's the
truth.
sprinkle
Cut
lady?
it off,
I ain't heard it. Oh, I
huh?
ain't heard it. You said her
But
name is
yeah,
Sprinkle
cut it
Sprinkle. That
off.
can't.
A song that everybody needs to listen to is the Andre 3000 and Dre album, when Andre 3000 said, take off your cool. Take off your cool. You want to put on you she only did that video, and she probably had her friends within that chat that are used to manipulating something, and then they thought that they had a goofy, but dude was like, "Nah, I'll take you back home, I go eat by myself," and he did the right thing. So was Kevin Samuels a bad guy? No, he wasn't a bad guy. He was a truthful guy, but his truth hurt. It hurt men and women, but it opened up another portal to our ideology that, you know what, I need to fix me before I even engage with somebody else.
That's a definite.
Give me the toy.
That is
And I yield my
definitely.
time. I yield my time. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like I feel how I feel. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, what y'all got, man? Y'all done? Or- I know y'all had said y'all in for a little bit. Did y'all get anything? Any other new ideas? Ideas. But yeah, I most definitely I'll say then that's the main thing
Yeah, I mean,
what I
what you,
really noticed, and that's the reason why I keep bringing them up, right? Because it do separate. I do believe it separated the logical led people versus and the emotional led people. And I realize I get along with the people that's more logically led. You know what I'm saying? A people that know how to look at things from both angles. You know, they don't just use their feelings to make these judgments. Be like, nah, I just don't like what he been saying. Huh? Don't even know what he was saying. You just didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? So I just, I never can get
hey,
along with that. That's one thing I learned, especially the more I healed in my life, I noticed the more I can't get along with emotionally led people and stuff. But I noticed the more I was lessly healed, the more I wasn't healed, you know what I'm saying? I was damaged and stuff. I can get along with all the most emotional people. That's one thing. But nah, once you heal,
yeah,
it's not,
see,
it's like you can't turn back. And I can't even deal with it. I mean, I can show grace with the situation and stuff, but you can't bring me back down to where I had just healed myself from. That'd be the problem. But a lot of people like staying down there and they want people to and live that type
exactly.
of life for the rest of their life, which is
Emotion,
harsh.
emotions are nothing more than issues that haven't been resolved.
Mhm.
I'll
That's what
say
it
that
is.
again for the people in the back. Emotions are nothing more than trauma or emotional guilt, emotional shame. You know who you are. When you take, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? When you look in the mirror, it's just like the song that Ti said. What you gonna see when you look back at your life? You know what I'm saying? And a
Mhm.
lot of times people have to take that disguise off. Men and women both, right? You look at you more than anybody else will look at you. But how you present yourself, they think that that's the natural you or the real you. When we live in a society where it's easy for us to manipulate and deceive to get what we want as far as our life goals or life expectancies, women are tricking women. It ain't the men because they know if a man says, "Look, I want to take you out here, out here, out here, out here," right?
Mhm.
Women naturally think that, okay, yeah, I can make a play on this, or the play has already been set. The only thing you got to do is show up and stand on the arm. In that situation, it was like, hey, I'm pretty sure he was all the way honest. And he explained it. I showed up, you were an hour late coming down. I've been sitting here waiting. And then, and this is as he's backing out of the parking spot. And then what wound up happening was if you look at the video, go back and look at the video, she instantly has regret on her face. Why? Why? Because you knew the only thing you had to do was sit there, and if you didn't want to do, you could have said whatever you said, and he would have been still been fine because guess what? He attempted to do something. He attempted it. But on the back end of it, you expect somebody else that's not doing anything for you, but you like the visual imagery of a guy that probably don't work a job. He ain't got nothing going for himself, no life goals, no admirations. He don't even have health insurance. Matter of fact, he don't even know what 401k means. He don't know what stock options are. He don't know what anything about surviving in here or how to even leave assets for all of the kids that he has. He just hopes that his friends show up that he'll never see. But here's a man that may not look like or you may be attracted to. Not only did you waste your time, you wasted his time because he actually had hope. He had hope that, we out, we've been talking for a minute, but you want to judge somebody behind where they take you. Let me explain something to every man that may be listening. I know one thing for sure, two things for certain, and three things for sure. I saw a lot of people that were melanated like us in Applebee's Thursday, and they were having conversations. I saw families. I saw people that may not even be hip to TikTok or even understand what that list meant. But let me explain something to you. If a person offers their time to you, value it.
Right.
And that's for men and women. Value that time because you may learn something within a conversation that nobody else. You may look at a person some way different and want to spend that time. You may want to be like, hey, I kind of like vibing with him. I like vibing with her. Stop it. Seek some help. Cut it off. Cut it off. I yield my time, Kevin.
You got it. Ain't nothing good in. Oh, no.
Say that.
Is what you're saying, yo? You know I'm the man.
I hope people understand what I'm saying, what I'm putting down. I hope you pick up what I'm putting down.
I hope there's a bunch of
Because it's
gems on the ground, man. They better pick them things up,
it's, it's
man.
it's a bunch of facts, man. Let me jump into this second question. He proved a point. People ask for the truth and don't really want it, agree or disagree. You got to look at yourself. You can't listen to the information and then look at yourself and be like, and play in emotions. So the emotional side of it and the logic side of it is that you know who you are. Because the logical side of every human being that exists is that I know what I'm doing, but my emotions cause my logic. Then that means that you're hurt. There's some type of trauma that you gotta heal from that. You can't there's no reason that you should be dating and doing what you're doing as male and female, and you doing this just to fill a void. You're living and you're actually living a lie within the gray area, because the gray area holds all of the truth. It's right and wrong. The gray area has all of the answers. Once you dive into it, you're in there. You're stuck. That's the rabbit hole. That's it. And if you go through life trying to manipulate that, you'll forever be by yourself. You'll forever be by yourself. Because you know that the trauma that you went through, experience, everything that you tried to do, if you've been trying to do the same thing, you failed. You failed. You're still failing. And it's not to attack a person. It's not to let a person know that's the best that they have. Stop doing what you're doing and sit in silence and then understand one thing. You have a problem. That is the problem of the world. Everybody has problems, everybody has issues. You can't be hurt and then jump into a relationship and then let that relationship lead into a marriage and then it falls apart. That's why marriages only last 2 to 3 years. You can't be out there doing something and then come back to your significant other and then and you know for a fact that you're doing it, male and female. You know that you're
Good
doing
luck,
it,
Tiffany.
and then that marriage crumbles off of fucking excuse my French, off of 5 years or 10 years. We gotta live within our truths and stop listening to the narrative that's being spent. TikTok is fun, but TikTok is not informational when it comes to how you should perceive life. It's just facts. It's all
Come on.
facts.
And Disney.
Yeah, don't stop with that Pixar shit. Stop it.
And that tore people up.
Yeah,
Oh, you said I could be a
I ain't even
little
looked at the.
princess, or I could be a frog that can get
Yeah, you
kissed and
were. Yeah, you were. You were. And as soon you were a little princess. As soon as you came out your mother's womb, and there was a man there to hold you, he gave you everything. See, you should look at your father and want somebody better than him. But what you visually see through life is somebody that's worse than him. That's why your father was like, "Look, don't talk to all them boys." He only told you, "Don't talk to all them boys."
Cause he was
He
one of
meant
them boys
something
or something.
behind before, but with your life, and this is a man talking to a woman. A man slows down when he has children. Some men, not all, but some, especially men with girls, because at that point, you know what to look out for, especially when they start liking something, but you carry the mother's DNA and the father's DNA. So what happens is we're in a different societal change. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. So see now when you look at life, when that daughter comes out and you get it, you get that message instantly. You go to, if you're a good man and that woman's pregnant, you go to every single doctor's visit and you start preparing yourself. Your life slows down when you realize that you're having a girl. Mine did. Mine stopped when I got with my wife and she had a girl. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm done clubbing, partying, everything. I'm done. I'm done with with whatever I got going on. I'm done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my wife had my daughter. Bro, I promise you, I stopped in my tracks. And none of my brothers could understand it. But I was like, no, I'm good because I need to be here to mold and shape the ideology of the world around us. And people are so
Yo, Red, what's the deal,
naive.
man?
People are so naive to change that they think that the acceptance of people around them is what builds them. It's
That's
actually
what it is.
destroying them.
Yep.
So what you
Looking for
want and what you
validation through
need
other
is
people.
acceptance. Exactly. So what you want and you need as far as maturity and growth. See, people develop, but they don't mature because you accept the acceptance from a person that hasn't developed, or they may have developed, but they haven't matured.
Oops.
It's facts.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. That's a lot. That's majority of these people. I say that's like 70% of these so-called adults. You know what I'm saying? They think just because your body got big and you got some more education and stuff, that mean you mature. A maturity is a whole different thing. That is not you don't get educated how to mature. You know, that's some stuff you gotta find within yourself.
Uh,
You know, you gotta
yeah,
get to know
exactly.
yourself first. I don't think
People
they got a
people
book
put
about yourself.
the facade of development, the facade of development, right, is how you look at yourself to match what you've already seen.
Right.
And when you start to grow as a man, you got muscles. You think, oh, at one point I could take my dad. No, you can't. You can't.
Mm.
You can't do it.
Right.
If you think that way, then there's something wrong. There's something wrong with your mentality because you're being introduced to it through conversation, visualization, and the kinesthetics of something. Because yeah, you had a bully, which is kinesthetic, so you had to put hands on. Or now, when your dad visually or verbally is telling you do something. See, there's so many different knobs to life, and
Yeah.
there's so many different vices, and there's so many different emotions, but the emotions, we create the emotions.
Mm-hmm.
We create the emotions through interaction, engagement, conversation, feeling like somebody should do this because I'm this type of person. No, it doesn't work like that because we have our own we have our own identity, we got our own ideologies. And that's what's wrong with the world, bro. There's nothing else to be said. He was the spokesman of ideology and emotion. The feeling behind, oh, well, I'm just a woman and I want this. Well, did you earn it? Can you earn it on your own? If you can earn it on your own, then bring that to the table and we can nurture from that. If the financial game was equal, then hell, we'd all still be in the same boat because there's going to be somebody somewhere, like we're seeing now, if it's 60%, 60 to the 40, then we see now that a lot of people are comfortable within the 40 where they're at. The 60% are trying to gain
Mm-hmm.
Only a small percent, which is the 20 of where they're at. So it doesn't work. The math ain't mathing. And none of us are rich. We got rich people problems in a poor world.
Right.
It's just facts. It's just fact.
Mm-mm-mm.
Man, ain't it pitiful? Ain't it pitiful, Kev? Is 60% of the world right now that have rich people problems, and only
And not even rich.
20% is not even rich. That ain't high, that's low.
More money,
That
more
ain't high, that's
problems.
low. And money ain't the problem. It's us.
Yep.
Individually, it's us.
Us that make it the
It's
problem.
us. Shit me. You walk out the house and the sun is beaming, the clouds is out, it's a beautiful day. And then out of nowhere you hear sirens, and then the clouds roll in, and then it start raining. Who you mad at? Who you gonna be mad at? Who could you possibly be mad at? And
Ghostbusters.
who you gonna take your problems out? Who you gonna take your issue out with? See, people
And
bring
if you ask
issues.
them why they mad, they don't even know for real.
They don't because the facade of life is covering us all. You remember that game that I don't know, maybe it was just an Alabama thing, right? When you had all the kids and they had the little tarp on the thing, and then you floof it, and you run into the middle and you're holding it, and then when it started to come down, you run back out, and whoever was trapped in it was out.
The little rainbow
Maybe it was,
thing.
yeah, the little rainbow thing, right? That's us. The educational system prepared us for and it has nothing to do with the colors, but being trapped within the societal norm. Duck, 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 goose. You're picking and choosing who you want to chase you.
Hey, let me ask you a question, brother. Since you know education, I feel like the
Yeah.
education system trained us, but didn't teach us because I feel like we could only teach ourselves. But I feel like it trained us to act accordingly because if you look at what they teaching the children now, what we was learning in like seventh, eighth grade, they learning in third grade. Like they
Mhm.
learning algebra two up in elementary. You feel me?
Yeah.
So
Facts.
what are they
Facts.
preparing
All
these
facts.
children for? Because around 2007, 8, and 9, that's when all the middle schools got computer labs. They taught us how to use Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and
Hmm.
Access. So, and when we got older, what do most companies use if you work inside? One of those full
Excel,
uh,
PowerPoint.
software apps. So it's like they train children for what's going to be the working society once they get older. Because I asked my auntie this, she ate it. I'm like, they learned arithmetic. What the hell is arithmetic?
Hmm.
Like, how you make new math? You feel me?
It's okay. So let me explain something. Right. I was born in '83. Computers, the older computers have been around, right? But it took the kids that didn't want to play the different type of games, because we had Nintendo and all that type of stuff, right? So I'm gonna break it down, right? They basic algebra taught us principles of life, right? Now it's two of you, right? Now let's say me and you walk in, right? We walk into a club, right? And it's if 2x equals 16, and we know we just walked in the club, it's gonna be how many people act as? It's gonna be 8, right?
Yeah.
right? So when you walk into a room, you know that you got you singular, which is you're the only variable within that situation that can actually go to two people to say, "Hey, who is that? Who is this? Who is that?" Basic algebra is not only it's so simplistic when you get into just basic algebra, you start to realize that your circle is smaller than what you've ever experienced. Because as you mature, you know not to be around 8 and 16 because one is company and two can be a crowd. You know what I'm saying? Like when you know that you're comfortable with two, you know that the two of you is gonna be y'all gonna be you're the one person that the two people wanted to be around. See, we gotta start looking at people and we gotta start judging our judgments. We gotta start doing that. Brother, I walked into there by myself and you know how people even earlier posts, like even earlier than this, you know, you have the one video, they probably took it down where the guy took his girl somewhere and she kept looking and the guy wasn't respond he never even looked over, but the guy was like, okay, so I'm not important. This happens. So that's that variable. That's that variable. That simple math that people don't even understand that they're going through. Even if you go to work and you have it's 27 people that showed up. It's only 3 of y'all that's gonna do the damn job. What's the variable? 9. The answer is 9. It's 9 motherfuckers that showed up for what? And then next thing you know, you see people getting walked out, getting walked out, getting walked out. And then now the variable of that exchange, and that's just a company stance. You have to understand, you've seen it. I've seen it. Right or wrong, you've seen it. It's just facts. Pick the gems up. Shit, I don't know. I'm only speaking facts, and people don't like me when I start speaking facts because I can put numbers and variables to everybody's life.
And you the
This is
first
what we're
person
going
who ever
through.
came across you can do that, and you making sense. Like you really making sense for real, bro.
It's facts. I get shut down. I don't know who is behind the scenes, but people don't like when I talk because it's just common sense. It's basic common sense.
But look, see, what's common for you might not be common for the other person. So everybody common sense is different common sense too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. It's
Common
facts.
sense is
So
not
if I
common
tell a person
knowledge.
exactly. So if you think about your basic education, right? If you think about the base knowledge, because I was born in '83, so I'm 40, right? Even when I was growing up in the like let's say I graduated in 2002, right? I did, right? That's a fact. So we didn't have what these younger kids had today, right? The information and the processing speed then was slower because we had common knowledge. We didn't want to engage with that because during that time frame, we wanted to be outside and doing something with our friends, right? So what happened was once you speed up that bandwidth, that internet speed, you get people attracted to actually sitting dormant, and then what they see, what the thought upon perception is real, but it's not reality. Reality is when you walk outside of your door and you see the world for what it is. And that's where we're at right now. And we're having debates about people at this point about being in their 40s and their 50s. And we're trying to apply it to our lives when we have to only thing we have to do is wake up in the morning, brush our teeth, take a shower, put on our clothes, and then walk out. And the only thing that people are not talking about on here is how much they love God. But then when you say that, then people will be like, oh, well, this. It's emotion because you haven't healed from an experience that you went through. So you project your energy. And then when you have somebody that's just like, hey, I want to get to know you, you have to deal with another person's problems as far as how they've been treated. That dinner shit didn't come from, oh, I'm expecting this. You're hoping that this person would take you somewhere that you've never been, and then you want to open up. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't about eating no food. It wasn't about going to no restaurant. That was a traumatized woman. Because when you go back and you look at the video, you will see how her emotions came from her being hurt from traumatic experience. Her emotions overwhelmed her because she thought that she could talk to somebody else on live and that it would lead somewhere. It's all facts. It's just facts. That's the hard truth. That's the hard pill to swallow. And a lot of people don't even want to drink the water to swallow that shit. I yield my time.
That's what she said.
I'm on Kevin's live, so he facts.
Is y'all sleep down there, man? Wake up.
Nah, I'm all ears. Bro, hey, bro, cooking right now. Like, bro, talking about some
Mm-hmm.
stuff that I ain't never heard of. Notice I'm silent. Yeah, you got my
Brothers be
attention.
dropping the Jimmy Jim Jims.
I
Yes,
keep
sir.
dropping them if you want me to. If Kev want me to, I know. If
Man,
Kev
look, keep
want me
going,
to, I
brother.
keep
Keep
going.
going. As long as you know
All
the
right,
information flowing like how it's flowing, man. Look, let it keep flowing. You feel
All
me?
right.
facts. So, and I appreciate y'all too. And I want to talk about another thing too. A lot of people tune in to a lot of lives or whatever the case may be, and you have black men, black women going at odds. This is a calm conversation. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? This is the information that people need to hear. This is the information that a lot of people didn't know, but it's nothing more than sitting down with your grandparents and just asking a simple question. You
Facts.
know, it's something
Like,
that we all need, bro. Like I can't explain. Like nobody's targeting women in this conversation. Nobody's targeting men. We're talking about the truth at this point. We're laying it out there.
see what the problem is? Like, they never seen nobody listen, so they don't know how to listen. You feel me? Because our
Right.
kids only do what they see. So when they adults, that's what they know. And if you come across somebody who don't know how to listen, they never seen nobody listen, or they wouldn't never heard whenever they spoke to see that other person listen as they spoke. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. You say don't respond all the
People
time.
people
Right.
people want argumentative issues to have them response over their trauma, and then when they respond, they will never learn anything because the ideology of their traumatic experience it doesn't sit
BBO,
well
what's the deal,
within
stranger?
peace and calmness. It don't sit well, bro. It don't sit well with a lot of people. If the
It's like everybody
conversation
got
had started
solutions,
out,
like, when you come with an answer or a solution, the fact that it came
yeah,
from you and not from like this higher being, not realizing that it came through us, through like from the
hmm
higher being. But a lot of people don't understand when it comes down to like, hey, when the universe giving you signs, it's gonna come to a time where it's given to you in the physical, and a lot of people not even
uh,
like that deep to even be aware of that. Like, the universe will tell you in the physical way, and if you ignore that, it's gonna find a way to tell you directly to your face.
bro, on God. And sometimes it comes through harsh communicational value. It comes communicational value. is a thing. Look at communication and then look at value. Put them two words together, communicative value. And the thing about it is this. You can not agree with what I'm saying, but I promise you, when you walk away from this conversation, the first thing you gotta do, whether you go to bed or you wake up in the morning, you gotta look yourself in the mirror. You have to. You got to.
Like what you do, I'm gonna say what we do because I be doing the same thing and I feel the same way. It's like we plant a seed, and even if they don't like it, the seed is in their head. So
Yep.
whenever they come across it again, they're not gonna be completely going in on the blind, and they can be like, "Hold on, I know this from somewhere." And that's when
Mm-hmm.
curiosity go take hold, and they go start.
Mhm.
If they choose to do some research about it and do the work, because I ain't gonna lie, 2 years ago I was wondering, I'm like, what is the work everybody talking about? What's the work? And the just right here is work, just listening. That's part of the work. But then, like how Lafali did earlier, I had told him something, and the whole time I'm telling him something, he is researching it for himself. And
Yeah.
that made me just vibe with bro on a whole different level. And laugh, like what we said earlier about the kids, like kids have no filter because
Right.
kids don't care about how you feel. You shouldn't care about how nobody feels, because if they feel offended, they chose to feel offended. Like that was their
Right.
choice. So it's
Mhm.
like we
Or
worry
some
about
type of
how other
truth
people
behind it. That's
feel
what
when
it
they have
is.
nothing to do with us. That's why they tell us at an early age the truth hurts. Like
Yep.
they tell us everything that we need to know. It just we perceive it the wrong way because the people who was telling us, they didn't really know how to explain it. They just knew, but they made us aware of it, and we was the ones with the technology to actually find out the why and pass it on.
Exactly. All facts. All facts. We're all dropping facts at this point. Like you are either a part of the movement, you're a part of the awakening. That's why I love Kev so much. Because to get on his live, the questions that he asks actually opens up a thought upon perception. Like you have to, like I said, you got to look at yourself, and then you got to look at another person and be like, what did I learn from this person?
Facts.
Kevin Sam Kevin Samuels didn't did he Kevin Samuels, and I'll say it again, he wasn't a bad guy. He opened up my thought upon perception, and I looked at it. I said, "Am I a high value man or am I not?" And I said, "You know what? I'm not, but I am to my daughter because my daughter shows the appreciation. My daughter can't when I walk in a room, I know I'm getting love from somebody. I don't care about everybody
Mm-hmm.
else.
I
But my daughter is the person that she cherishes me. So for me personally, I'm not a high value man to the world. But what did I create? My child. And my child in my child's eyes, she don't even know what high value means.
mm-hmm.
Facts.
You say
Cause,
you say that to a
'cause,
child, they thinking about, oh, what's the most expensive thing you can buy? But
Exactly.
facts,
her
'cause I got an
interaction with
example.
me,
When I say that love is a special type of love, it's like
ooh,
it hit different,
ain't it,
bro.
man?
Like it hit different, bro. Like I know what you saying, 'cause my little girl, she 10 right now, and to this day, just hearing her say, "Daddy," like bro, it don't matter what
Mm.
mood I'm in, it don't matter no more. Like it hit different for
You
real.
stop.
Mm-hmm.
You stop. I'm telling you, my daughter's 11. So congratulations for being there. I don't even like saying congratulations to men that be in their child's life. It's just I would like to say thank you for being a father. Like thank you for being there. You know what I'm saying? I want
Thank
to give
you
you your
for
flowers.
being a friend.
Like, look,
A
I ain't gonna
friend,
lie,
thank
bro.
you.
When I say like my daughter 10, but she don't be asking for no phone. She don't want no phone. She just want a tablet, and she want to.
And that's fine. That's fine. That's all the way fine, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? The only thing you gotta do is just check on what they watching. Hey, watch some funny videos, some cat videos, dog videos. They know what not to watch. See, these kids are smart. Cause see, we passed down that gene that's the underwriting of their development. You know what I'm saying? They
Phone
know,
died
they
as
know
soon as I
what.
said that.
I'm gonna tell you like this. See, that's the thing. See, you gotta be careful now.
And look,
See,
the phone on charge. Or the Matrix been fucking with my phones bad lately, bro. Because the Matrix actually forced everybody to have what they call spiritual awakening, but it really is a spiritual bypass. Because I was on TikTok for the last 2.5 years, bro. What the hell y'all was like the people who be trying to say that they so spiritually in tune? What the hell y'all was 2 years ago? Whenever everybody was on TikTok talking about spirituality, y'all wasn't on here.
Right.
And they
well,
like to
the
say
thing
that
is, we
they
were living
life
it.
coaches and they gurus and all that, but it's like, if that what y'all was, why y'all waited till now? Whenever this shit been on TikTok, like what y'all saying is just repeated. Y'all not coming up with nothing new. It's repeated. It's like I'm the
Exactly.
only one who actually made those type of videos, but I made the videos that like I I'll be sitting here thinking, right? Because I'm always sitting like in silence. It's just me and my fan and my speaker, and it's like I be sitting here and like I'll think like, hold on, that's not a
I
video,
just
and I
followed
make
you
it
back,
into a
by the way.
video.
I just followed you
Appreciate you.
back, by the way.
Cause like,
Oh, go if you go on if you go on my page, right? I was
mm-hmm.
making I started out making videos, right? Because I didn't
Right.
have the following. So what I did was I started talking about my life experience. You know what I'm saying? Especially like through COVID and everything else, right? Bro, I promise you, when I got to that 1,000, I this is my first time meeting you, and I've only known Kev for how many? About 8 months, about close to a year.
Yeah.
Because I've only yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it just it. I'm telling you, bro. Like people don't like hearing the information, whether it be comical or it be serious. But I'm not gonna stop
Facts. And
giving my ideology. I'm not gonna stop giving my
I say
ideology to
this
the
now.
world. I'm not.
As long as you say it and you put the information out there, who it's for, it's gonna get to, it's gonna resonate with them. But it gotta get out there. Like, cause if you hold it in you, yeah, you know it, but nobody else gonna know it. Just cause you know it, you gotta put it out there. And even if they don't want to listen, notice the video might have a lot of views, but only a little bit of likes. So they watching it. It's just they don't like the video, but they heard it. So the seed had got planted. Like it all back,
Yeah,
it all come back
exactly.
full circle.
But the
Mm.
one thing about it is that a lot of people will view it and they'll take your talking point and then they'll do something on their end that causes complete disruption because if a person will take apart a video like this, right? And say they take a talking point that causes emotional distress within them, they want their emotional distress to reign supreme because guess what? They don't know how to ask for help.
This the thing. It's not even they emotions. It's they feelings because I don't have feelings. I have emotions. Feelings is how you think you feel. Like it's what you think of the emotion that you feeling. So like feelings not even real. Feelings are fake. And I made a video about that like a few months ago. But like I was at like I couldn't cross 300 people for nothing. But in March, February, I started making my religious videos whenever I used the Bible to deconstruct the Bible with the Bible. And when I say like
Hmm.
it was one random night, man, bro, when I hit 100, bro, I made a video. I'm like, bro, I can go live. Like I like, bro, when I say
Hmm.
like it was just like for 2 years, I'm like, why the hell I can't go live? But then all of a sudden TikTok made it to where
Yeah,
all you need is 100 followers to go live. I'm like, what the hell, TikTok? But I ain't gonna lie. This why like I ain't even trip
exactly.
because the person who I was then, the green alien, like people think I'm an asshole now. Y'all ain't want to meet that dude 2 years ago
Hmm.
because they think I'm mean, but see, I just speak directly, like, cause I'm autistic. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I mean for you to hear. I ain't about to tell you no nothing else to where you can assume anything. The people like to use words and be like, oh well, you implied this or you meant that. No, I said exactly what I said, and I was even worse back
What I
then. Like
said.
I ain't have no. Like I don't have no sympathy and I don't have no empathy because I feel like that shit is useless because I don't care how nobody else feel. That's how you feel. That ain't nothing to do with me. As long as I'm good, I'm good. How you feel ain't nothing to do with
Yeah,
me. Because how can how can I change this the analogy I use. How can the outside force affect your inside force?
yeah.
You don't
And I
think
tell I
so?
tell people all the time. I tell people all the time. I ain't trying to be shit but me. So, and I ain't even trying to be that. I'm him. You know what I'm saying?
Just
I
be.
done came
Just
up
be.
here. And
I said you
I'm
don't
up
think you
here.
can
I'm up here
influence
right
somebody
now.
else.
Hell
And
yeah,
bro.
I done influenced a lot of
So you don't
people.
think you can
Yeah,
influence
you
somebody else, or
can.
somebody can influence you, or
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, yeah, that's true. But it's
Yeah,
come
hell
back down
yeah.
to choice. If you choose to be influenced, like people don't
Yeah, I
like
feel
I
you.
say, it be the most smallest things. Like everything is a choice. Like
I
and
believe
everybody
our
be talking
whole
about
mindset
taking their
came
pop.
from other people though. Like everybody, that's what made our styles and stuff. We just remixed it the way we wanted it to. Because even the way we talk, we
Like
ain't, who knows that English is the primary thing that we supposed to know or something like that. Like all this stuff that we talking about,
man,
like this came from somewhere though.
man, English
Yeah,
so damn
it came
twisted,
from the
bro.
ideology
And
of
I
the
was
humanity.
hey,
It came
what's your
from the
name, man?
idea. Oh, I'm sorry,
Hey,
I ain't.
Broderick, you ever look up
Yeah,
you ever get the thought to look up certain words like what they mean in Greek and Latin? If you do that for certain words in the English language, you go see what it actually mean, and it sometimes it mean the opposite. Like it's gonna mean some shit that you would have never thought it meant. Like the word pastor, I forgot what it meant, but once it was pastor translated into Greek or Latin. Cause I actually went deeper, but when I got back to it, like what popped up, cause when my finger gets to ticking, I'm not telling my finger what to click on. My finger just to go to clicking, and it's go find out what to find. Like I don't make my
Whoa.
body
yeah,
do nothing, cause like I can't, cause the body has its own conscience. So it's like whatever pop up is meant to pop up, because I'm not looking for, I'm not seeking nothing. Like how everybody be like, you gotta seek knowledge. Okay, where is the knowledge that you are seeking? You don't even know what you're seeking. So what are you seeking? If you just
yeah.
be still, like you said earlier, just be still, sit in silence, it's go find you, because you go be in your divine timing. Whenever it pass your way, you go be peaceful. You go ain't gonna have no negative thoughts, no positive. You ain't gonna have no thoughts at all. So whenever it come to you, you will be able to perceive it the way you are supposed to perceive it. You feel me?
Yeah, exactly. Because I learned how to speak Korean. Um, it was about like 4 years ago, and it was a guy, like the gas station owners, right? So I walked in, and they were talking, and I walked around on the other side, got to get that drink, you know what I'm saying? And I asked him, I don't mean to offend you, but are you are you Japanese or Chinese or what? Because I didn't know. I don't know the distinction between that.
What
Because
up, AJ?
I never been in that. Even to ask. You know what I'm saying? Because I've had Asian friends, but I never asked them what their origin was, right? And he told me, he's like, oh, Korean. So I said, okay, cool. I put myself on my own lesson plan, and I never went back for about maybe 3 weeks. When I walked in, I told him, I was like, Chestnut Sea Sale. And he said, oh, that's all he said. He said, oh. And then he scurried away from the counter and went and talked to his wife. And then when he came out, I had the husband and the wife, the owner of this gas station. And he was like, Cessna Sea Sale. I was like, that's all I know, right? So I dabbled into that culture, which that culture has already been a stance because we love the films. We love the films. So I started dabbling into the films, and I was like, "Oh shit, I can learn it if I want to, but I gotta take my ideology behind, and I got to cut the filter off behind what everybody's telling me that they don't like these people, and actually get into a stance within myself to where I can widen the blinders and say, you know what? We're all trying to survive somewhere. We're, the only thing that we're trying to do is survive. We don't want
Right.
nobody attacking us. We don't want nobody real deal judging us behind something. With the fashion, every culture takes our fashion and they do something. But then when we look at it, just like with TikTok, we all see that even overseas, 1,000 miles away, they've already adapted to what we're doing and they're having fun with it. But when we do it, it's choice and consequences behind what we do it with, but we're all supposed to be free. See, the thing about it is this: we're in a cage, and the cage is the ideology of men and women, right? So what we perceive as what we want is going to hurt us. What we need is going to destroy us. That's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing the hurt and the destroying, the everything that what we wanted has become toxic. And there's no lie in that. We see it. Brother, we can go out and learn how to speak Aramaic. We can even Google how Jesus spoke to all of the disciples. It wasn't Arabic. It was a whole different language that nobody knew. I don't give a damn what Charleston Heston did is playing Moses. I don't get the Passion of Christ and Mel Gibson. That's when Mel Gibson had his break. I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna set it to the side. When you learn the true language that through Christianity, a lot of these people, and we see how, and what we keep seeing is how people have mental breaks. It's too much. It's too much violence. It's too much misunderstanding, and it's way too much misinterpretation going left, right, up, down. It's like a contra code of life. And we sitting back, we cool, we calm, right? It's a contra code of life that we don't even play. You feel me? We don't play this contra code of life, but we keep experiencing it. And what this matrix and what we're seeing and what's being pushed in front of us is that we should always be in odds. But I promise you one thing: they'll never take us off our heel. They'll never knock us off our heel because we here now. We here. Three educated men sitting there having a conversation with no disruption, no back and forth. But I promise you one thing, Kev. I promise you this: if we were sitting here right now and the host and the guests were going back and forth, that you would have probably, I'm gonna say, at least 10K at this point. You'd have at least
Likes.
10K.
Oh yeah, for I
You'd
already
have at
know.
least 10K. You would have so many people liking the discussion behind angry black men. There's
Right.
there's no such thing.
Sad. Sad.
There's no such thing as an angry black man. What it is a frustrated black man because it's like, listen to the ideology of just me, but then the emotional trauma and the resolve has never been resolved behind both. There's no ideology within resolve if you don't attack the emotional. It's just fuck. It's just facts, bro. It's just facts.
Mm-hmm.
It's just facts.
Yeah, what it
I didn't mean to come in here and disrupt your live, but
is.
I
Believe
call it
me, you get
sometimes asking.
you healing
I call
some
it
healers, man, and the ones that's watching on the outside, they didn't, they getting it done.
I I call it sometimes you ask the right wrong question, because I call it ask like for real, like I call it that for people. Like, don't ask me the right wrong question, because now I get to formally talk to you respectfully about how I feel about said situation. You know what I'm saying? And for me personally, it's just I see a lot of people trying to fit in a small area that has no black or white or even any gray. I think a lot of times a lot of people are trying to develop the ideology or the maturity of their mistakes. But trying to do that, you lash out with your emotional trauma while trying to develop, but you haven't matured. You haven't matured at all. So that emotional stance, a lot of people back away from it. But then when they experience certain things, it's just like, well, how did I get through this? When you get through it and you don't know how you got through it, leave it alone. That's between you and God. If you believe in God, that's between you and God. He brought you through it without you even knowing you went through it. And that's another fact. If you believe, I believe, I cherish, I uphold that stance. So pick them gems up. Send Kev. Don't send me the shit. Send them all to Kev. Send them to him because he hosting. He hosting. Don't send me
can't
shit because I
can't
don't
give me
have
the
them.
credit.
No, I gotta give you the credit. I gotta give you the credit because you brought me up. I'd never forget it. You brought me up within a heated conversation, and then everybody left. And then it was just me and you talking. And you was like, "Yeah, man, I gotta get up in the morning, go to work." And I was like, "Man, apology, but this is even what I do on my panel. Like, you know, I just want to let people know, like, emotional value, traditionality it don't exist. It ain't existed. It didn't even exist when you saw your grandparents. Sorry, it didn't. It real deal didn't. It did. It's nothing that you see and the words that people are drop on you. It don't exist no more. It don't. It don't. It real deal don't. Like, that's the other side of some shit. You feel me? Like that's some white people shit. They was, like that. It was privilege. Traditionality is privilege. And what we tried to do was create the same space for what we wanted for our people. But then we saw how quickly that turned. And then now we think that it still exists. It don't exist no more. Sorry to hurt your feelings, but come up out of that. It don't exist no more. I
Like people
yield my
don't
time,
realize with
bro.
tradition, they actually giving authority over their life to somebody else.
Yeah, that's why you see Congress breaking apart right now. Congress is in shambles right now. Congress is in shambles right now behind that shit. If you go back and you look at the last Senate hearing, you'll see the Mexican brother that was up there and he cussed out everybody. Like he was just like, you're my fucking friend. Like, why would you do this? Why would you do and you got people like a barricade in between them, but he wasn't violent, but his words. See, that's what we gotta do. We gotta attack emotions and what people do with words, but we gotta be calm and we gotta give them factual information. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, let me say this about what you said earlier about how you came to the live and everybody left and it was just y'all two. Light is gonna always overcome darkness. Darkness can't take over light, but any little like you can be in. Hold on, excuse me. You can be in complete darkness, right? Like complete darkness. It don't matter where. Like it can be the most smallest piece of light. You don't see that light because you in pure darkness. So once you see the light, you can go to the light, and once you get closer to the light get brighter, and the darkness go away.
Exactly. And to talk to I'm just gonna say CD I'm just gonna say CD. You're absolutely correct. It was always in shambles. But see, our generation, and I'm just talking about my generation. So let me yield that. My generation, we never knew anything about Congress. We didn't know what was going on. If you were in high school at during 9/11, then it hit us. It hit us full force because I
How old
couldn't
are you?
vote then. I'm 40. I just turned 40 in August.
All right, yeah, could be 10 years apart then. Like when it came out to Congress, I really ain't care because like something in me, like they ain't got nothing to do with me and it don't affect me. But then people come into argument, it do affect you. No, it don't. It affect you. It don't
No,
affect me. What they doing,
well,
it don't matter what they do. It's my choice to let it affect me or not let it affect me. You know?
yeah. Well, the thing
It
about
does
it
that.
is this:
It
the
does though
Congress,
because
the
we live in
Congress,
US. It affect you. I mean, the country guys, but it
it
does affect
affected our parents. It. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, but it affected our parents. And see, what we were doing were we were that our parents. What our parents did was they went through that whole thing. If they were born in the 50s or the 60s, and whatever the case may be, right? Now I'm talking on a broad spectrum. So they have different leaders of our nation, right? So
Hey,
if you were born in
let
the
me get
80s,
3 minutes real quick because on top of my phone is 101. My phone on 11%. That's 5 ones. Let me say this real quick. Like, and it's actually on what you speaking about. The Vietnam War actually caused the downfall of the black community because it was 20 years long, but after the war was over, it's like what the war even started over, it was still happening. So it was a pointless war in my eyes. But they got over there, and the black men went over there because they seen what happened in World War One and in World War Two, how people came back and they was able to uh, what's the word support their family and their houses, and live good. So they went over there thinking the same thing. Just to find over there, they in a land full of opium. They in a land full of H. So they over there really didn't hide. And we can look at American Gangster. They told us on the television of what's going on, what happened. Then they came back over here, so they had the drugs over here, and they were selling them. And the men who was actually in the war came back with PTSD, right? So the children don't want to be around their daddy, and the war was from 55 to 75, right? But in 1968 they enacted a law with the welfare called uh no man in the house rule. It's called the no man in the house rule, basically saying that the officer could pop up at any time to see if you had a man in the house. So daddy come back home, he can't get no job, probably on drugs. So what the mama gonna do? The mama is gonna always take care of them kids first. She gonna make sure them kids straight. So daddy, you gotta go. Unless she go high and risk the money getting cut off, and then it's gonna be hard to get it back. So daddy gotta go. So now the kids growing up without no father in the late 70s, the 80s. So the kids in the 90s didn't really have grandpas, but we had older grandpas who was in World War I and World War II. That's where the
Mhm.
baby boom came from. That's why it had so many more people, because that war was so long. When they came back, they just started fucking, creating babies out his ass. So they had more people to sell the drugs to, right? So my generation,
It
I'm
was,
born in '93, so it's like I grew up with my daddy, but my mama, she was on drugs and she left. So like my perspective on things is like totally different. And like, I, my daddy taught me one thing: at the end of the day, I love you, you my son. But all you got is you. He told me that earlier, and I ain't feel bad when he said it. I listened to it. I ain't know what it mean. I ain't try to understand what it mean. But once I got older, I'm like, all you got is yourself. Like, yeah, you can have a whole family, but at the end of the day, all you got is you. But that goes to show, like, a lot of people didn't have that person to tell them that, because the black father was out the house by then. In the 80s and the 90s, the father was gone. So the kids who grew up felt like, okay, well, my daddy wasn't there and I was fine. I don't got beat up for my kid. My kid will be fine. And that's create the narrative in the female head. Well, my mama did it without a man in the house. I can do it without a man in the house. So men now, like men my age, a lot of men don't know how to be a man. They think they know how to be a man, but
yeah,
who actually taught them how to
facts.
be a man? It was a woman, not a man. So you actually a
It
man
was,
with feminine tendencies. So it's like it was a whole butterfly effect.
but the one thing about it that we gotta put into a variable, right? Is the controlled experiment that they actually casted out for us, or not even us. We're reciprocating the controlled experiment. If you look up, like in science, right, a controlled experiment, right, you create a problematic issue, right? Because scientists normally, right, and this is an ideology, let me start this process and then see how this can adapt to something. This has been going on. Now we can go back into the 1900s, but the controlled experiments have been happening. And what has happened was it started with the ideology that women could survive on their own. And they figured out early that they couldn't. They needed a man there, right? So let's assist them. So then when they come back and the man that has actually dealt with the controlled experiment comes back and his ideology does not fit the social norm, women have already adapted to the positive and the negative side of it. See, the adaptability of a controlled experiment. See, when you go into men, if you put them active and then you take them away from it, that's social behavior. It was all a controlled experiment. It was it was it was nothing more than trust and growth. And that's what we're going through now. And people need to start to understand that we're all, everybody, even as we talk right now, a controlled experiment for them.
It's on the chessboard.
It's not even about it's not even a game with us. We know that at the end of the day, we know now through our ideologies because we've been broken so many times. You think them men over there left to just go over and do something? No, they didn't. They didn't. They didn't. They knew it was a war. A lot of these men went over there and they wanted to hold the peace wherever they were dropped off at. And then we see how colonialism was. And then that command came in from another person that wasn't us, and then we had no other issue with them, but we had to act on orders. Order of operation. I go back to math, order of operations.
Authority.
Order of operations, bro. Do you see where my mind is at when I think about shit?
Hey,
Like
bro, can I ask you a question?
we both on the same subject, just saying it in different pathways.
I just got here not too long ago.
I'm
I'm
telling
listening. I've been listening. I'm trying to figure like what's your argument. I'm just trying to figure out where you at this
you. Oh
What's your
conversation.
no,
argument?
it's no argument.
No, no, what I mean like what I'm trying to learn. I don't understand. I hear a lot of stuff, but I'm trying to see like
You understand? You gotta listen.
Okay, so to be all the way respectful, the conversation starts with the Kevin Samuels, and then you break down your argument of ideology. This is an ideology type thing. So I guess whatever you want to say, it kind of is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's no argument, there's no right or wrong. It's just ideologies at this point. So,
I got you.
Thoughts and opinions.
mhm. And a whole lot of facts, a whole lot of facts.
Big facts. Big facts that been in everybody's face. It just you made me aware of some
Yeah.
things, and I don't know if you was here whenever I was speaking or how long you was here whenever I was speaking, but I probably made you aware of some things because everybody think differently. We are individuals, but there's one truth, but you got to go find the truths in different things to get the true truth.
Yeah. So let me ask the question. Where's the host? He may have went to sleep. Where
He said he'd be right back.
what are your some of your truths?
Say it again, bro. I don't think he heard you.
What are some of your truths? Like what are something that you know, like I mean you
What are
can
your
I mean
principles? Like, what do you live by?
yeah.
Who?
You
You,
sir.
DJ.
Um
Oh, okay. Um, truth. Shit, just trying to figure out this life. Trying to be the best version of myself.
What do you do every day to do that though? Like on a daily basis, what do you do to do that?
Shit, I got a schedule. So first thing in the morning, I wake up, I meditate, plan my day. Well, I plan my day the night before. Anyway, I plan my day the night before, and then I wake because I'm an entrepreneur myself, so I work for myself. So I plan my day the night before. Wake up, pray, meditate. Go and do what I gotta do. Trying to grow my business. When I come home, I read. I continue reading books. I read topics. Um, so I study a topic what I'm interested in for a while before I move on to the next one.
got you.
It's like you hyper focus on.
Let me say this before I get up out of here because I got one of my students calling because I do cancel um and I help a lot of people, but I gotta take this call. It was it was beautiful talking to y'all. Um
Hey, one
and
question, Broderick. Like, how do you help them? Like, because you actually somebody who's on the other side when it come down to like the therapy type shit. What is your role in all of it?
my first stance is, I listen. I truly listen, okay? And a lot of times people will start a lot of people or a lot of the youth will start babbling. So a lot of kids, or I call them kids because they haven't matured yet. They haven't got to that stance, right? And then I have a lot of people that are close to my age, or a lot of people that are my age, right? And they want to have a conversation. They want to talk, right? So I will literally sit there and hear their problems, but I've already walked that path. Okay. My grandfather set a road for me. My father never started that journey with me. My stepfather taught me how to treat people. So what I do, I look at what my grandfather did for his children, 7 of them, 8 of them. And then I look back and what he showed me, and then I look at what my stepfather told me, and I take that step roll because he said there's no steps in this house. The only steps that I will ever step on is the steps that's on the floor. He pushed me so far up. So with his ideology with that, he never had to say another word of correction with me.
Fact. Let me ask
My
you this.
traumatic,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, my traumatic experience was that my father was never my father, but my stepfather was. And I'm still trying to, at this day, I don't have no daddy issues, right? I don't have no daddy issues. I don't have no, none of them type of shits, right? But I look at him and I say, maybe it would have been different if you had have stepped up because my ideology is a lot different than my father's, my biological father. But as far as my dad, I can sit back and have so many different conversations with him in one conversation just like this. The thing that men need to understand is this: the world was handed to us on a Scrabble board. We pick and choose the path that we want to go down. But the one thing about it is this: once you pick up that wrong piece and you apply it to a letter or a symbol or just you, and you try to spell or you try to apply it to what you're doing in that stance, it won't work. And I was a young man. I'm talking about like 5. And the one thing I took out of life is that, yeah, I'm your stepdad, whatever the case may be. We had a conversation when I was 6, and he said, yeah, I'm your stepfather, but I'll never. The only thing step about me is the steps that we walk up. And at a young age, I was different. My mind was built different. It was built different. I don't
I
know
like
where it
what you
was at.
said
I
and
don't I don't
applying it to what your head grandpa said about that there is no steps, and right after that you had said step farther, and like in my mind it's like, why out of any word that they put a name, that why is it stepfather? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm gonna explain it to you, right?
All right.
That was nothing more than men stepping up. They didn't already built. The one man built himself up to actually have the courage to be in a situation where maybe one day another man decreased his value, right? But then my grandfather held the key because my grandfather never went nowhere, right? My grandfather and my stepfather were close. My grandfather and my actual biological father never, that was never a situation. He couldn't, because he couldn't be the man that was at the top, and he could never compete with the man that was building himself all the way up to stand eye to eye. And guess what? Behind conversation, real recognize real. So as I'm growing up, my grandfather and my stepfather, which was my dad, the only dad, they understood their ideologies of how to be a real man. It's about accepting responsibility and staying there. It's not about being with somebody. It's about knowing that you're now engaged with something. And no matter whether it rains, sleets, snows, or pour, you're there to support the life that is there. That's what men need to understand in this lifetime. Right now, I promise you that. You
Facts,
better dive.
be that
You
father
better
figure,
dive back
cause
into yourself.
you know how like
You
as a
got
man growing up, we had multiple father figures, but not realizing what we actually saying. The figure of a father. You know what I'm saying? So it's
to.
like, and the only thing when it comes down to knowledge and wisdom is to pass it down to the next generation, so they are more aware than what you was, because you can only know what you know as you get older, and once you know like pass away, that's the end of it. You can't know no more. But as long as you pass that on, that can continue to grow.
Man, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. I said this on another live, right? I was attacked because a person said that I never had a positive male role figure in my life, right? I simply said, "What do you mean?" Because I'm a stepfather. I'm a stepfather and a father. My daughter's upstairs asleep right now, right? So I didn't get mad. I didn't get upset. See, my emotions, it's not a tie. It's not intact behind how I went through. I know to
You
hold
don't let
that
feelings
as
get
a
involved.
I no. I learned from shit that didn't have nothing to do with me. It didn't have I can't control what happened back then. But my uncle and my grandfather raised me all the way up until I was 5. See, check out this key word. It was 5, right? My stepfather stepped in and was just like, "Hey, y'all need help." My mom had groceries. I'm a little boy. And, I was rambunctious. I'm playing woo de woo, get in the house, woo de woo. I didn't I wasn't listening. But when this man approached, I can still hold conversations with him today because they married. My uncle, my great uncle, is a pastor. He married them. I can still hold positive conversations with him as a man that raised me, but I get frustrated behind the motherfucker that helped procreate me. People need to stop being cowards. People need to start not putting themselves in situations, but actually going to people. And when you get into that circumstance, you need to have that heartfelt conversation. And if you know that you like this person, male or female, you need to know the circumstance. So that way we break this social cycle. You deal with your own shit. Don't apply me to your shit and think that, oh, I'm just doing this off emotional base because you're not here. You have to look at everything so fast. But the one thing that you have the privilege of doing is moving slow. What you want is going to hurt you. What you need is going to destroy you at the end. Maybe not take everything away from you, but it what you need is going to hurt you mentally. And what you want is it's going to destroy you. It's going to take everything that you just learned. It's going to take it away from you. And then when you try to rebuild, you're no more better than everybody else that wants to argue about something. Find your safe space in silence, heal yourself, and then once you feel that you're healed, find somebody that you can talk to where you can get your grievance off, and then be all the way honest and open, and don't think with your physicality of it. Lead with your rebirth of emotion. If it makes sense, it makes sense. If not, then that's the rebuilding process. I yield.
That's the saying that I be saying. If it makes sense, it makes sense. If not, if it don't apply, let it fly. Like basically, like remember earlier, I said, just keep letting it flow. Whenever you think, you thinking about what you want to say, and that's not the truth. If you just let it flow, that's gonna be the real truth. Because if you got to think about the truth, it's not the truth. The truth is always gonna come out. Cause like think about it, as we talk, we don't know where the conversation going, and we really don't know the next thing that we go say. But based off the context of what been said, the words are just gonna flow out. But if you gotta sit there and you gotta think about it, you are creating something that wasn't there to say, right?
Yes, facts. But the one thing about it is we got strong men up here that can actually sit and listen. This is what we don't see. We don't see this. This is an anomaly. This is a whole anomaly of strong men dealing with their shit, right? We're dealing with what we want to say, right? And we're working on it, right? But we don't let our emotions come out because guess what? Now that we see the ideology behind the conversation, we're slowly starting to see that we're healing, right or wrong.
Right. Like when you let emotion get in the way, it's gonna be warped or like be like it's gonna come to you differently because you putting emotion to it. But all we doing is talking. You gotta receive it for what it is, not for what you want it to be.
Mhm. Facts.
'Cause like I can say from when I was talking and when you was talking, it's a lot of people who would take what we said and say, "Oh y'all must have meant this, or y'all trying to imply this." No, we saying
No,
exactly what we
no, I'm
said.
saying
That's
it's the
why we
truth.
said it.
It's
And
the truth. It's just the
like
truth.
somebody asked me earlier, like how can I tell whenever somebody lying? One, I'm autistic. If I can't picture it as you saying it, it's a lie. And also because I live in my genuine, authentic self, like who you see on my page, that is who I am in real life. And like it's easy to see whenever somebody is trying to manipulate you and trying to deceive you and be somebody who they not. How? Because I am my genuine self. I actually know how to be genuine, so I know when somebody not being genuine. You feel me?
Facts.
Like a
All
lot of shit
facts.
be simple. A lot of shit be real simple. But when it goes down to making things simple, they look at it as going like you making it complicated. But if they think about it, the more you dig down, they go say, "Oh, you're trying to complicate things." No, if you just sit there and listen, the complicated is going to get to the real simple part and make it an individual thing because you complicate it, so you are breaking it down to the individual. Like I said earlier, we are all individuals and we all think in different ways. And if you could dig down and you could explain one thing that resonate with so many people, the job is done.
Yeah.
And like
Facts. It's all facts.
And like the fact
All
that people
facts.
like to, like they always want to bring up the past, and if they don't bring up the past, somebody else bring up the past. The people who do that, fuck them. As long as you do what's like, next thing you do is what right, then it's right. Don't worry
Mhm.
about the past. That shit is set in stone, and that's why a lot of people be having depression because that ain't nothing but worrying about the past. And anxiety is worrying about the future. Yes, you are aware of what you got to do, but can you do anything in this moment right now to fix that problem? No, don't fucking worry about it because your consciousness is going to be somewhere else, and you might miss a big old lesson that you actually need. Like how everybody right now, like this live ain't made over 24 people, bro. Like it ain't go over 24 people. I've been watching it the whole time, right?
Yeah,
Because the
exactly.
awareness is somewhere else. It's like all these lives got questions and all that, but after a while, they go back to the live because they are looking for an answer, but they never getting the answer and never realizing like why is it always questions and no answer, and the person who comes with an answer or a solution always gets churned out. Like they don't think
Yeah.
that deep, and it's
Ooh,
not really
pick up
deep.
that
It's really
gem.
common sense. You feel me?
Pick
It's
up
really
that
common sense.
gem. Pick up that gem because people don't want to listen. They don't want to listen.
Most people don't want to
People
answer.
want to spew. People want to spew out their troubles, but they don't want to acknowledge the answer because it's like, nah, I ain't, nah, that ain't it, that ain't it. Yeah, that's it, that's
Because,
it,
because
And
once
look, like
that's it.
once they get the answer,
whenever you be listening to your students, you ever notice that they will tell you the problem and then tell you the answer, but they don't realize that they told you the answer?
Yes. So to go back to that, right? I'll sit there and listen, right? You know what I tell all of my students when I meet them, when I'm there, and I'm hearing them talk, right? You know what I tell them?
Was that
Shut the fuck up and listen. And you know what happens? They listen. And then when I say, "Are you listening to me? Where's your pen and where's your paper at? Take notes." And then I'll say what I gotta say, and then I'll just hang up. I'll hang up, and then they'll call back maybe
exactly
15
what
minutes,
you said?
and they'll be like, "Oh, well, what did you mean when you said this?" I'll be like, "Were you listening or were you taking notes?"
I tell them this, think about it, keep on thinking about it, and it's gonna come to you. It just you gotta think about it,
Yeah,
and the answer will come. Just like that question came from you, you
exactly.
can't take that question and bring your question to somebody else hoping to get an answer for you because they will give you their answer from their perspective and their reality.
On
Now
God,
it's all the same
on
reality, but
God.
it's all different perspectives and perceptions.
Thought upon perception is how I live my life. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get off of here because one of my students is calling right now. Thought upon perception is this: what I see, I have a thought. My perspective is how I can easily tilt over my shoulder and look back and say, well, this is this and this is that, right? But the whole truth behind it is, if you got to look behind you to find an answer in front of you, you're going to slow down.
Ooh, big fetch, big fetch. And look, the present time now,
Bro,
you are looking back. So when you get to the future,
so
you like the present now will be the past, and you can realize, hold on,
hold
like
on,
I
hold on.
lost a lot of time. And people like that's when they go to reminiscing, like, oh shit, things was good back then. No, it wasn't. You just wasn't aware of all the bad because you was too busy looking in the past.
you don't track. So let me ask you this: you don't track like what you did
Yes.
last week or last year. You don't go over your year or your month or your week or your day.
Yeah. Ask that again.
I said, don't you go over your year, like the last year, last month, just to keep track of what you got going on?
Nope, because I know what I
Man,
did for that day, week, month, year. I know exactly what I did because I was fully aware. You gotta be in the present, like be in the now to recognize all that, dude. But if your awareness and consciousness is somewhere else, you go miss it. And by the time you realize you in the future, your past, I mean, your present is not your past. You get what I'm saying?
I
your
think
presence. I'm gonna say it like this, right? Just to answer your question. Um, you wake up every day with a choice and a decision, right? You got a choice and a decision. If you wake up and you say to yourself, I don't feel like, I don't want to, you're denying yourself of an opportunity to grow. And
Because you
that
telling you
comes with
what you want to feel like.
that comes with every perspective of life. See, what you did back in your past was, I'm going to, and I need to, I want to. What you won't hurt you, what you needed to do destroyed you. You're a broken person, and then now you're looking back and you're like, man, I want to do this, but I want to do this, but you're standoffish because you know your choices and your decisions within your decision making skills are gonna hurt you because you have your emotions tied to you. You haven't sought help. So this is the broken society that the whole world is going through. I don't give a damn if you in London I wouldn't care if you was in Africa or Canada or or Spain or Italy. Your choices and your decisions that you make every day are your wants and your needs. So what you have to do, you got to find it within you. There's no answers here. Y is the formula for this conversation, and the Y variant is S, and S stands for stupidity. Stop it.
Right.
Stop it. Yeah, I mean, you can't, let me tell you something. If a person pick that gem up, if if you want to do something, right? And you know that it's the same thing that you've been doing, right? But this time you think you have a thought that it's going to be different. It's not. It's the same. It's just a different person bringing stupidity to you. Not to say that you're stupid, but it's the same stupid scenario. So let's start using our words more carefully, right? The same scenario is being presented in front of us, and we think that maybe this scenario will be different. It's not. It's still the same because guess what? It's tied behind the uh, toxic masculinity, the toxic femininity. Is tied to what is upheld as beauty. We know that shit's been just disrupted. So when you look at your life in a full picture, right? Have you ever seen a movie and you was like, oh, I can't wait to see it, and then you get just so disturbed behind it because you like, damn, I paid my money for this. It's nothing more than
Expectation.
giving your time, and your money to.
But all I'm
That
saying is,
ties into that ties into the dating. That ties into everything. What's your question, brother?
no, I was just saying like, I disagree with one thing because you have to look back to see where you're going because you can only connect the dots looking backwards. You cannot connect the dots looking forward.
You might look
Yeah,
backwards and you might hit a wall
All the
because you're not
data.
looking forwards.
Listen,
Always look forward.
all
Because
the
you
all
was
the
in
data.
like
that's
if you was in the present now while going through the past, like when that was your present, you already know and you are aware of what you did, so you really don't have to look back. You don't
But that's the
like
thing
you
though.
don't have to think about it because it ain't nothing you can do to change that. It is written in stone. You can't change it. So
You
what you
can't
looking
change it,
back
but
for?
what I'm saying is the data. You have to study data. Data is the only proof you have is the data. That's it. That's the
oh
past.
god
You cannot
no,
predict the future. So
god
the
no,
data can
no,
predict the
But
future.
no,
you
no,
have it already though. You
no,
have it. That's what I'm
no,
saying. Like
no,
if you're in the
no,
present, you already have it.
You don't have what I'm
no.
saying is if you don't because most people are stuck in cycles, right? And by stuck in cycles, people repeat those same thing over and over again.
Cause and effect. If you getting the same effect, you gotta look at the cause. What's causing that same effect? You, the person.
What I'm saying.
No,
Is most
no,
people stuck in the
no, no,
same
no, no,
pattern
no,
for
no, no,
years.
no,
And because they don't
no,
understand,
no,
they study their data, study what happened over the last whatever
no,
to make changes.
no. Data is what you data. Let me say this. It's correct information, right? Because that's problematic issues. The data, the data that we look back over, right? Like just individuality. Like if I look back over my data,
Mhm.
I'm looking back and I'm bringing it and presenting into my forward progression. If you can acknowledge yourself, see this what he said earlier, you had to be a part of it to understand it. If every time I make a move and I gotta look back and see, okay, I'm gonna apply something, you will always fail. Own your shit, own your consequential value. No, you already have it within your forward progression. You gotta look back at it because you failed at it. And
No,
it's
what I'm
not to
saying though,
call anybody a failure.
the
But
reason
when
why
you
you
look
look back
back,
is for the why, right? You look back for the why because remember, to get where you are today is something you did in the past to get where you are today, right? So
stupidity.
to figure out why you got to figure the why.
It's stupidity. You can't solve for it. Why is stupidity? You can't solve for it.
Of course you can. You know, you can
No,
solve for
you
the why.
can.
The why is the reason why
You
you.
learn from it. You can't. You don't solve from it. You learn from it. Solving and learning is two different things.
Okay. But what I'm saying,
It's two different variables.
but that's what I'm saying. You can you go back to the why to know why you're here, so you don't make that same decision again. Most people live in the same rut for years. Why do you think people are poor? For too late. Some people are born poor from the whole family is poor. So nobody
Don't worry
ask
about
anybody
most
else.
people. What are you doing?
Doing. Yeah.
I'm intentional.
You.
I learned myself in 2019, right? I changed my whole life in 2019. I was being going up
You
and up
never
and up.
fully learn yourself. You always learning every day because you're supposed
And
to grow every day.
all I did was study my data. I go back and I make mistakes. Like why I not wasn't progressing. I was working every single day, come home, this, that, and third. And then I changed that. Once I go back and look at what I was
Hey,
doing
I'm
for
out.
years
Hey,
and
I love
years,
y'all, man. I'm
I
out.
change it.
All
But you
right,
can
B.
change. Most people don't understand because most people don't remember what they did yesterday
Hey,
or last week because they don't track the
I
data.
respect y'all. I love y'all. I
You
love.
have to track your data.
I love the ideologies and everything else. But I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
go
out.
ahead and you business,
Yeah.
B.
I'll watch.
I'm gonna take care of him. I'm
Every
gonna get him
company,
right.
every company that
See, like,
run
see,
they
see,
they
like the
study.
thing is, like, I'm listening to your words and you saying most people, most people. You still worried about other people. You gotta focus on self, cause if you worried about most people, you not worried about self. You worried about them.
I said most people because I'm trying to help people because I've been through the process and I'm still
All
going through the
right, like,
process. But
look and look. You
what I'm
still going through the process. So if you ain't fulfill that process, how you go tell somebody how to do something you ain't fully do?
so are you say you're fully healed? Are you fully? Are you say you're a fully healed person? You would say?
From all my trauma, yes.
I'm not talking about trauma. I'm talking about life.
I don't let
No.
life harm me like that to actually affect me in that way. So
I guess we're talking past each other. All right, let me. What I'm saying is, the only reason I'm saying is like he said earlier, no, don't look back, right? And I'm saying you have to look back. If I'm telling anybody any advice, I would say go back 5 years, minimum 5 years, and track the things why you do what you do, where you at today. I remember. Let me give my story. In 26, I'll go back 5 years from 2019 to 2015. That's 4 years. I was making 50 grand a year, between 47 to 52,000 a year for 5 years. Why is that? Why I'm making this much money for 5 years? I mean, that means I was the same person. I didn't change. So what I did was I learned. I was say, okay, I was improving on my skill. The job I was paying wasn't paying me as much as I need to make. So I make changes. I study my skill, improve on my skill, and when I start my own business, my credit, same thing. I look at my credit for 5 years. Why is that? I was late here, late there, and I fixed all those things. My whole life changed. The data is the only truth you have. The data is the truth. That's the only facts you have of life is the data you have, but you got to go back and look at it. Most people don't go back.
right, I got you. But like, how long do you do that for?
I do every year. Every year I go back and go for my year, and I plan my next year. I go for my weeks.
So,
Every Sunday, I
so
go for my week. Every Sunday.
now I got you. So like, where was like, what was you doing that? Like, what was you doing during that year that you have to look back and you weren't aware of it as it was happening?
So, all right. So in 2019, what I was doing, the first thing I did was I started reading. I wasn't reading at all, first of all. So I started reading books. First book I would read was Think and Grow Rich. Right. He have a on a chapter. He have a whole list of 25 questions to ask for the year. A self-analysis question. Did I accomplish all my goals last year? Did I do the best service I could have done? I score it 1 to 5. So I took a whole year to do all those stuff, get my shit together. But because I studied data, your data is the past. All the data you have in your life is the past. Your ex-girlfriend leave you, why? I don't care if she left or not. The point is why? What did I do wrong? Where was I? I wasn't hanging out with her enough time. Or maybe I spent too much time with her. Maybe she wasn't the right person for me. It's all questions. Asking questions, it gives you answers. And answers make decisions. It can change. But to change blindly in the present, without no data to trust a cell phone, then you make the same mistake again. And that's why most people do that. That's why I keep going back to most people. Because most people
All
make
right,
that.
so like let's say 5 years going back, you're gonna forget about all of the bad that happened. So it's kind of gonna be like distorted in a way because you only going to see it from your point of view. You're not going to see it from both sides, like from yours and from the other person involved. Because it been so long, you don't always remember what you did, but not what they did either. Like
Yeah,
you don't forget what they did because it don't matter. You do what I'm saying?
yeah, I get that. That's fine though, because the point is, it's not for them; it's for you. So when you go back that time, it's to see. Because remember, you're looking at where you're at today. Is where you're going. That's what matters. If you're not happy with your heart, if you're not happy with your heart today, then you got to go back and see what went wrong. That's all I'm saying. So to change your past, to change your future, you got to look at the past and see where you want to change to. Because if you don't look and see where you've been doing wrong, because behaviors is like this, right? When you have a behavior, it's something grow over time. Your subconscious learn a new behavior, and you start like when you move from a house to another house, and you got to look at the stop sign to go to drive from your job to that house you move to. Within 4 months, you could sleep pretty much sleep and drive home because your body, your mind programmed to that area, right? So
So
that's
how do you do that? It's not behavior. It's discipline.
it's pattern. It's pattern. Your body learn a pattern, and then your subconscious you just go is happen automatically. So you gotta be you gotta be conscious in decision making moving forward to learn to create a new pattern, basically. So like me studying and reading books every week now. That's part of my life. If I don't read one day, I feel weird. 5 years ago, I couldn't read for 30 minutes. It was way too hard. Now I read. If I don't read a day, it's weird. So, like I said, that's discipline. I agree, but you have to be conscious about that though to make that new change. And we're doing it for like shoot, a year at least to build a habit.
Right. Go
So
ahead, bro.
the subconscious mind is very that's the subconscious mind is what run the body.
Oh,
So
the subconscious mind is always picking up things. I mean, always picking up things. Like you don't even know what your subconscious mind is picking up until you go to sleep and your subconscious mind take over in your dream. You know?
yeah, but also it's also from your behaviors. So that's why they say you gotta meditate. That's why you gotta read books. That's why you gotta listen to good content because the subconscious picking up, like I said, pick up data all day long, right? But if you feed the subconscious mind with positive data, it will reflect positive behavior, right?
But with the subconscious, if you around negativity, it's also picking that up too. So it don't matter. You can feed it whatever you want to, but it's gonna pick up what it want to though, because that's how the subconscious work. Like you can't actually feed your subconscious nothing. It's gonna pick up whatever it want to pick up. That's how the subconscious works. You are feeding your consciousness and your awareness.
Your subconsciousness, you can feed it whatever you can feed the positive information. That's why it can change. Remember, the subconscious doesn't know. That's why, like you said earlier, you gotta be careful what you say. I agree with that. The words that you use, if you say it over and over again, it becomes true. That's why if you tell yourself a lie, if you say I'm gonna be a millionaire, that's what affirmations is. Is a lie. But if you say it over and over again, it becomes true to the subconscious because the subconscious can decide whatever is true or false. It just is to the
Nah,
subconscious.
like I know what you're saying, but it's actually the brain. Cause whenever you tell yourself something, you are actually telling the brain how you like. If somebody mad, or like if they said, if you ask them, what are you mad about? What are you sad about? They do give you, the same mumbo jumbo, blah 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 blah. That's not really the answer because they don't even know, and they telling themselves I'm mad or like I'm sad. So they telling the brain that. So what the brain go do? Be a brain is going to make you feel like you are mad or you are sad. It's all about what you tell the brain, and that's where the notion come from. Your thoughts is your reality because what you think is how you feel because the brain processes it like that. If you tell yourself every day, today is going to be a good day and it's going to be positive, the brain and the subconscious now is looking for things that is only positive and good because you told it what to do and you are in control of everything in your life. Like We are the God that's in the Bible. Like we have that power, but people don't recognize that because they don't ever look within and realize the questions that they asking come from themselves. So the answer is going to come from themselves. You just have to go within self and find the answer. But at the same time, you don't got to find the answer because did you find that question? No, the answer will come to you. You just have to be within self and be in your divine timing to be conscious and just be have your awareness on you at the time to receive it.
All right. So the body. So as human beings, we operate on three. We are three-dimensional beings, right? We are spiritual with a consciousness, so we can think, and then we're the physical body. So the spiritual part of us is the higher. That's our higher self. That's where we can think, and that's where thoughts come from. Spiritual and whatever you believe in, God, whatever.
Now
Right.
thoughts come from the brain, bro. The brain do all that. Like thoughts and all that come from the brain. That's why hey,
the
look,
brain,
do this. Ask yourself right now, what is your next thought and watch your brain go silent.
the brain is like a computer. It's a substation.
Ask your brain, do like first do this. Ask your brain, what's my next thought, and watch your brain your brain go silent for at least 15 seconds. Watch do it, and let me know what happened, and if you had a thought, or if your brain was silent and you actually thought about what you just said. Like for real, like do it and let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now. Say it again. I should ask my brain what?
What is my next thought?
What's my next thought? My brain's still going. It's the brain is a substation. It's a station with a bunch of billions of neurons in there that goes around.
It's a big old memory card.
The brain processes information. That's what the brain does. Thoughts, it's an ether. The thoughts keep coming across. Like we think. All right, let me phrase this. We think on frequency, right? So the frequency you're on, there's thoughts coming across the frequency all day long. It's nonstop. You can flip the frequency from whatever you want to do.
Do you know where the frequency comes in at? It comes through your amygdala and it has to battle with your frontal lobe. That's where you think that the frontal lobe, but it comes through the amygdala. That's like right behind your left ear. It's something in the brain that be battling against the frontal lobe, and that's where like the first thought that you have and the second thought. Now let me ask you this: have you ever noticed that your second thought, the ego, the voice in your head that you know you can't control. You ever notice that it don't matter what your first thought is, the voice in your head will always go against it?
Your first thought. All right, so your first thought could be like this, right? Let's go with decision. So you want to make a decision.
It's a thought that you're not even thinking about, but it pop up in your head. Like you know what I'm talking about.
That's the subconscious. That's where that come from. That come from the source. That's the and usually that's the right answer. Usually, actually, that's the right answer usually. But we tend to think like we are more smarter than our subconscious or the source, the universe.
We try to think that we are smarter than ourselves. Like that basically what like we think that we are smarter than ourselves, but at the same time, how can you be smarter than what you are? Like you feel me?
But that's where the brain comes in. That's where the consciousness comes in, right? We think because remember we have free will. So a conscious mind, because sometimes the first answer sometimes is the right answer, but we tend to make our decision away from it because we want to think that nah, it couldn't be that answer. So we start to think.
But you never thought of that first answer though. It just came to you. You ain't think of that. That's why the voice in your head that we actually think with, it always want to push it to the side. Cause like, nah, it ain't that. But why does it always go against that first thought? That's what I'm asking.
Because that's our consciousness. We always trying to think that we think. No, because it become remember the subconscious. It's emotional. That's our emotional side of us. That's our spiritual side. So when the first answer come from the spiritual side, that's usually the truth. Come from the source. The brain now, the consciousness. We're trying to think of it as like we know more than it, and we're trying to compute it ourselves, trying to calculate this answer. Not when it's the first answer. So that's why that happened because we start to think. But I forgot what I was saying earlier. You mentioned amygdala. The amygdala is a mechanism in the brain that's what control fear, right? That's the part when we get scared of something. That's what trips in the
Nah,
amygdala.
nah, it don't. Hey, you know what? Let me look that up real quick just to make sure because I don't want to be wrong and I don't want you to be wrong. So let me look that up real quick.
Yeah,
But
go
I'm
ahead.
listening to you.
Go ahead. There's a book by Charles Duhigg about habit, the power of habit. He talks about it all the time. He talks a whole chapter on that. But that's what the fear mechanism is the amygdala. But yeah, so we got thoughts, feelings, and actions. The way you think affect the way you feel, and the way you feel affect the way you act. Right?
So you was correct. The amygdala, what it do whenever it recognize something in the future, it's go either cause fear or it's gonna make you realize that it's something similar to what you already know.
Yeah.
But it's not actual fear because fear is a man-made concept. Notice babies have no fear, but fear is a man-made concept, and it's like it's not fear. It's really caution and like
Yeah.
of self-preservation because self don't want to die because if the body die and the brain die then the subconscious the consciousness is it don't have nothing to power it no more so it's just we don't know where it go we don't know but it don't have the power to even do what it's doing now like having a conversation with each other
Yeah.
but you was right on that but it's like don't look at it as fear as what we know fear is. It's really the fear of the unknown because why you think look, we grown adults, right? But we still go hesitate to walk into a dark room, even though we know ain't nothing in that room. The fact that we can't see, we not aware of it, so we not conscious of what's in there until we get in there and turn on the what? Light.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, the thing is, the brain is lazy, right? The brain is designed to protect us, so that's why the amygdala always chips in. But because
No, the
it's
brain will
designed to
protect
protect us,
itself.
that's why we don't have to change.
Like
That's why change is so hard for
no,
people.
self-preservation because the brain don't want to die like that's at the subconscious and the brain don't protect us the brain go protect itself that's why whenever you are in a traumatic event some people actually black out so like whenever you when people get into a wreck you ever notice that people who be drunk they don't really be injured, but people who are sober they get more injured because whenever you drunk, the brain is intoxicated, so it's really going to black out, and you not going to brace like brace for the impact.
Yeah.
You go let the impact happen, so like everything like all of that energy is going to get absorbed by the wheel, the dashboard, whatever. You ain't bracing for it, taking all the impact. So like the brain is going to protect itself.
Yeah.
I can't say that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean you're yourself anyway. But I'm saying because it's trying to protect you. That's why, like I said, when you're drunk or you're sleeping or whatever, you don't feel as much because it doesn't see the danger. But once it recognizes danger, it reacts. That's why people don't like to change because when to change, the brain see it when remember it's lazy. It want to just stay. It want to chill. That's why I gotta create systems. That's why people create systems in life. That's why I say I read everything. I do everything in the morning. I prepare the night before. Because if I don't, I start lacking. Right?
Let me now look, you're
Preparation
not
starts.
lacking. You just had nah, you ain't lacking, bro. You just had peace. That's called peace. But see, like think about it. Why are we the only species that need to create all of that in order to survive? Because animals, and we are animals. So like we look at other animals, they are at peace. Like if they chilling, they chilling. They are at peace. Sometimes you need peace, and everybody need peace.
I agree.
And
I agree with that.
so
But the difference between us and animals is we have a consciousness.
I and
Animals don't. That's the only different. The only thing separate us from animals is we have a thought. We the highest form of creation. We have a thought. We have a free will. We can think. They're two-dimensional beings. They can see it. They can feel things, but they can't think. They move of instincts. We don't.
Of instincts. We don't.
not a you'll be surprised. Like, look, you go get there, but look up elephants, look up cats, look up dolphins, and And that's all I can think of right now. But those animals have consciousness. Like, 'cause it got something like, you know how babies, right? If you put a baby in front of the mirror, the baby is not going to recognize himself in the mirror until he get a certain age. And they call it the mirror test. Whenever you can look in the mirror and you can recognize that it's you, that's whenever you are conscious, because consciousness has, like, notice it's got conscience and then it got conscience. Sound the same, spelled different, but consciousness is just being, is to be aware, to be awake. And conscience is just knowing right from wrong.
Right.
And all of that come with us when we are born. So that's why babies, when you put them in the mirror, they go look in the mirror and turn their head like they don't even recognize that is them. But they did tests, and I did research on this, and especially elephants. Elephants will actually play with the little dot that they put on their head, and like they know that that's them. Dolphins too, and cats are actually in a higher dimension than us. Notice cats don't really go to like a real deep sleep, right? They always take little cat naps because cats are actually on earth to take away our bad energy. And they always, like, when they sleep, they always, all right, when we dream, we are actually in a cat's normal reality, the dream state. But they can't get too deep because if a bad energy come and they all the way deep sleep, they are in another dimension past the six. They are in the 7, 8, 9, 10. And it take a long time to get back in dimensions to higher you go. That's why you ever been in a deep sleep, right? And whenever you are woken up, like suddenly, you ever like just feel yourself like you gotta like you are yanked back into your body? Like you can actually feel your consciousness come back into your body if you are woken up fast enough, and you kind of like be mad because it's like, what the fuck you woke me up for? That's why people be mad when they wake up, because you had to pull them back. Like, and it's like a yank, like a boom, get your ass, like,
Yeah.
Scorpion, get over here. You feel me? Like, it's a yank, and like the constant, you going through so many dimensions to get back to the third. You feel all that. That's why you be angry, because like, what do you want? And then it be for no reason 9 times out of 10, unless it's like emergency. But if it is an emergency, the body is going to quickly recognize what's going on, because your awareness is now conscious of what's, of the situation. Get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like I said about babies, yeah, they don't know because they gain awareness. But that's even us too. Like that's human beings. Our biggest issue is ignorance. We're always trying to seek more awareness, right? We're trying to learn. We're still trying to learn the universe. We're still trying to learn things, right?
You're
So
supposed to always learn. Like, you can't put a, once you put a cap on knowledge and information, you put a cap on yourself.
yeah,
And the fact that the fourth dimension is so big, we live within it and don't realize we live within it, but don't realize that the second dimension is just up, down, or left and right. That's how small it is. And the first dimension is just a point.
right.
Like that's how big it is. So just imagine the fifth dimension, the sixth dimension, and the seventh, where I place God at. I place God in the seventh because I look at the number three and how everything is. We live in the third and we are conscious in the third. So in order to be able to build the three dimensions that we need in order to have our reality, he has to have an understanding of at least three more dimensions in order to meet this one properly. You know?
Right. Because remember, like we're spiritual beings. That's how we can think and we can imagination. That's one of our biggest power is imagination. So we can create whatever we want. And
We
even with
hey
that,
we hey look, I'm gonna just drop some real knowledge on you real quick. We not even spiritual beings. We are conscious beings. And a lot of people ain't gonna tell you that because they not aware of that. Well, we not even spiritual beings. That's putting the cap on you. We are actually a conscious being, because how far can our conscious go? The world may never know. You feel me?
that's the thing though. That's the spirit. The spiritual. Remember, the spirit is infinite, right? The spirit is what connects to the source. The consciousness,
But
the consciousness
but look,
is how you interpret whatever when they go to this
no,
when they think when they think go to the
consciousness is over spirituality, because you got to be conscious to even be aware of the spirituality.
well, that's after though. That's what I'm saying. When they get into the spiritual
No, you got to
understanding,
be that before though, because if you're not conscious, it's going to pass by you and you're not going to see it. Like you're not gonna recognize it because you're not conscious. It's consciousness, spirituality, and then in spirituality, it got religion.
So it's look, you can look it up. You're spiritual beings living a physical body with a consciousness. Your consciousness is like that's your brain where you get to interpret whatever you go into the spiritualness. That's why it's so hard to when a dream or imagination, when you go to imagination, it's hard to explain it. It's hard to explain what you imagine because it's hard to put it into words. That's what the brain does. To try to
Because
break it
the
down and
words don't exist for something that, like, it exists in our dream, right? But that's in our dream. We can figure out the words in our dream, but you ever notice in your dream, you never talk using words. It's always the thoughts in your head, so you talk telepathically with people in your dream.
yep,
You
yep,
ever realize it?
yep. Because we think in pictures. We think
And
in
if you think it, that's what will happen. Like everything happens in your thoughts. Like whatever you think, it's gonna happen in your dream instantly.
we think in pictures. And in the mind, there's no time or space. So whatever you do,
Nah,
when
it
you dream,
got nah, it got space, but it don't got time. Because where is the dream happening? It gotta have space for you to even go into. But that's a whole other concept though. What you were saying? I just wanted to let you know that one.
yeah. Why I said there's no time or space because if you think of something, right, you can like for example, my hypothesis is this. I think the internet is pretty much our mind, right? It's the replica of our mind because we can create stuff instantly by having. I can talk to somebody in Australia with a different time zone right now, right? Because the internet do that for us.
I feel like the internet been here even before us, cause like the internet is so complicated. We don't even know how the pyramids got built, right? But they figured out how to make the internet to connect the whole world with each other instantly without no delay. But we can't figure out how the pyramids got built. You get what I'm saying? So like the internet been here before us. It just somebody had to become aware of it and remake it. But think about this.
Right.
Where did the thought of the internet come from? It didn't come out the blue. It was already within that person through DNA. So it got passed down. That's why I say it actually was here before us.
I agree with that. But there's nothing new under the sun, right? We're just seeking awareness. That's why I said we are ignorance. That's our biggest problem. We're searching for information. We why more awareness?
Look, let me ask you something. Whenever we seek information, where is that information? We don't know. So it's not like I don't like to say seek. If you just sit still and you be in your divine timing, it's gonna seek you. It's gonna find you because when you just looking and you trying to find what exactly are you looking for, you don't know. Like if you, I tell people this: if you can just sit there and you can think of a solution even when there is no problem, if you can think of a solution somewhere, it's a problem because how can you think of a solution if there's no problem cause and effect?
That's why I ask questions. What are you trying to search? That's questions is the most thing. It's the most important. That's why I like it when I like they say when you're trying to find a purpose or you're trying to find a mission or whatever, you ask it 5 times. Ask why 5 times to anything because the real truth is below the third or the fourth why. The first why is like cool. I drink water. Why? Because it quench my thirst. Why? Because it do things to my body. Why? Because without it, I'll die. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much different. So everything is just so much at the deeper level than whatever. But you always want to ask why a couple of times. Questions is ask good questions to get good answers.
Right, right, right. But really, all you gotta do is ask that one time, and you go get all of it at the same time. You just gotta be still, cause you know it all. Cause like, think about it. The questions is coming from you, right? Like the question coming from you, so the answer is inside you too. You know all of it. It's just you gotta sit there and be patient until you get it all. Cause like I understand what you're saying completely. Like I understand, but why do it 5 times? You can only do it once. Like you know how they say, measure twice, so you can only cut once.
Yeah,
If you
good
measure
point.
in your head 5 times, you can only answer.
That's just. I mean, you don't have to. I'm not saying some people, some mentors do say that, and I've come across it, and it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Because to find the root cause of any situation is that's the thing. There's a lot of petty fixes that people are trying to do, and they never really fix the issue because we don't go to the actual issue, the root cause of the problem. Nothing to
A lot of people not even aware of the issue.
there you go. There you go. Like even back, let's go back to self, right? And that's why I say analysis is so important. Self-analysis. That's one of the most best thing anybody can do. Psychoanalyze yourself to get to know who you are. Because without asking those deep questions, like I have this one mentor give me like 60 questions to answer. Like from a childhood, who are you? How the world view you? How you view yourself? Because the way you view yourself and how the world view you is two different things. We think one way, how the world views another way.
So look, let me ask you this: how do you view yourself?
That's a really good question. I'm a student. I view myself as a student. I'm trying to understand life.
All right, now do you? I know you comprehend perspective and perception, right? So how you view yourself is like kind of like it's not manipulated, but it's kind of manipulated because that's how you see yourself. But is that who you truly are?
That's the thing. I'm still trying to learn myself. That's what I just said earlier. I'm still trying to learn myself.
Nah, I'm just saying where you at conscious liberate. That's all. Because like if somebody tells you that they completely know themselves, okay, the next question. Tell me about yourself and watch they start telling things that they like to do. No, that's not you. That's what you like to do. Tell me about you. Like that's how you can see what people are consciously like it's a way to get answers without asking a question directly. You know? Because with people how people is, they like to feel like they have a choice. So if you can find a way to make them feel like they have a choice when they really have no choice, which what they did with religion and with the indoctrination, they made it feel like we have a choice when we have no choice. But if they're with people, they gonna tell you everything that you want to know. It's just you gotta know how to ask the right questions, and not it's not asking questions, it's asking the right questions.
But that even with that too, you want to ask, especially it depends what you want to find out though. Because some people you got to ask them like 6 different questions to beat around the bush to get to the real answer. What they're trying to do. Because if ask them, we are as human beings, we like to protect ourselves, right? So certain questions we shrivel up, try and protect ourselves.
Why? What are you protecting yourself from? A question?
People do that though.
No, like I
That's
know that, but like I'm asking, like, what is the why or why people do that?
impulse. It's off impulse.
Fear.
Yeah, fear.
Fear because they don't know themselves, so they are walking into something unknown. And what do you do whenever you are scared? You shrink, you shrivel up into something smaller than what you actually are.
Fear tend to do that to you, but and why they fear? What is fear? Fear is something you don't know, right? Fear is
Because fear is not knowing the unknown because they don't know themselves. Like they themselves is unknown to them, so that's why they in fear because they don't know the answer about their own self, but they know every answer about everything else, and that's the problem. They can answer everything about everything else, but can't answer nothing about self. You feel me?
we are very complex human beings, man. We are very complex.
Not really. Humans are actually simple.
You think so?
Man, humans are simple. Look, I can tell you this. Look, just some food for thought. Trust a human to be a human. Change don't happen overnight. Change don't happen in a year. Change takes a long time. So long, it's like evolution. You not gonna recognize the change in yourself until you like 4, 5 years down the line. And you know how you say you look back? Yeah, you can look back sometimes, That's why I said, how long do you look back? Look back and you be like, hold on, like I'm a whole different person. But the whole time you was changing and you didn't even realize it until you realize like your whole way of thinking has changed. And once your way of thinking has changed, you realize like I don't think the same way that I used to. That's when you realize you changed because now it's complete. Like you have completely changed from who you was and who you is now. That is who you is. But even when you did that, don't get complacent and don't get like comfortable because you are supposed to grow every day. Like I tell people every day I'm a new person, and they want to go like neurological with it whenever I say that. But every day you are a new person, and when I say because every day you're supposed to grow, and when you grow, you work like whatever you grew onto that wasn't there that first day, but like the previous day, but it's there now. So technically, you are different. Like look at the body for example. Bones. When you break a bone, what does that bone do? It grows back, but it grows stronger. Muscles too. When you rip the muscles, it grows back stronger and it grows back. Like it's gonna get bigger and better and more protected. That's why like you gotta break down your own stuff. You gotta ask yourself the hard questions because you gotta break down who you is and not be afraid of who you know you want to become. And this is why I say that the fact you are asking yourself certain questions, it's your higher self trying to get you to meet it wherever it's at. Because it's getting you to ask these questions to break down yourself in order to rebuild yourself, making yourself stronger, finding your true power. And all that comes with the power of choice. Like I tell everybody, like everything starts with choosing. Like you gotta be happy that we have a choice to choose a choice.
All the greatest philosophers, all the greatest philosophers that we heard of, what they said, the hardest person to find out is yourself.
Right, because we comfortable with who we is, but we don't actually know who our higher self is because we not our higher self yet. So it's really an unknown thing. But I'm not saying that's who we supposed to be, but it's like a goal post. You supposed to get to that post, and then you like once you get to your higher self, that's when you can actually like look and be like, that's when you like when you can turn around and look back and see everything. Cause now you go see from a full perspective. And let me ask you this: I know you hear people always say, "I understand you. I understand." They don't even understand that it's 5 levels of comprehension, and I don't like people who just always say understand because it's more than that. But they like to say, well, when I say understand, it's because like I like you saying it from you. Nah, it's it's comprehension, understand, understand, outerstand, and then overstand. I look at a lot of like 99.9% of things as from a overstanding point of view. And what I can do with that is when you overstand, like look at a business, right? Boom, a business. You start a business, so you got to comprehend what you want to do, and when you finally make that into a physical like reality, you got to understand what's going on, so you putting a bottom on it. And once you fully understand, you can go inside it. So now you inside the building learning everything that goes on. Okay, now you got that. You step outside the building, now you learning all the outside because you know the understanding, the understanding. Now you can tell about the outside. Okay, if you just step back one more, you get to the outer standing, the real part, because now you can take what you created and really hold it in your hand and fully describe it and ask any question that may come with what you're saying. And once you get to that point, because now that's what they call Christ consciousness. And I don't like saying Christ consciousness because that's a man-made concept too, because it's new. That wasn't on TikTok 2 years ago, that Christ consciousness shit. It's like if you can fully explain your like if you can fully explain what you comprehend, that is full consciousness of what you thought about, because you have the full the full understanding, 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 overstanding of it. You are actually looking down at it like how God looked down at us, and all knowing. You are all knowing about that subject.
Right. See, they got 4 sets of learning, right? You have conscious competence, You got unconscious competence, then you have conscious competence and unconscious competence, right?
Don't forget about continence, and it got continence too.
Yeah.
So you gotta apply that one too. A
Yeah.
lot of things is three. Like a lot of things is three because they don't want us to go past the third dimension. But let me ask you a question. You know how everybody talk about 5D consciousness, right?
I heard of it.
Have you? All right. Have you ever heard of anybody speaking on the four? How the hell do we get from 3 to 5 without going in the four? Like y'all can't jump dimensions like that. And I was talking about the fourth dimension 2 years ago on my page. That's why I'm so aware of it. Because like, how the hell y'all go jump from 3 and now I don't say y'all 5 when y'all ain't do nothing with the 4? And the 4 is where you actually can turn around it and grow yourself in the 4, because you ain't getting to that 5 until you fully know yourself. Because the 5, you ain't worried about nothing at all. You are worried, like, the only thing you're worried about is self. But at the same time, you're not worried about self because you are aware of everything going on around you. That is whenever you gain your full consciousness. Like you know, and you understand that words is thoughts, and your thoughts is your reality. So like the words you say is gonna go in your brain. Your brain is gonna process it and make your body feel that way. And yeah,
Right. But you don't think it first, though. You don't think you think it, feel it, then say it, or you're saying that you say it before you think it.
all right. You when it comes down to how we actually do things, we go. First, we got to be made aware of it. So if we not made aware of it, we can't even think about it because we don't know nothing about it. But first, it's getting aware of something. That way, you can think about it, and whenever you think about it, to put action behind it, you don't got to speak it, but you got to put action behind the thought. If not, it's just a thought that's just sitting there. What are you doing with that thought? But the thing to think about is, why did you have that thought? Out of every thought that your brain could think of, why did you think that thought? You know?
Right. Right. Like I was saying earlier, back to the subconscious. Like I was saying, is it you have unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, and unconscious competence. You want to get to unconscious competence, right? Because that's the point when whatever you learn, you just know it so much you ain't got to think about it, and that's the point of learning and put systems in place. Back to the book of Power of Habit. It gives you steps to learn to do things in ways. So, because remember, the changing is hard. The brain doesn't want to change. It want to stay the same, and that's why most people don't change.
You you
Because the
know why
brain,
change is hard? You know why change is hard? Because you're telling yourself it's hard. Change is easy. You just gotta change. You gotta do it. Tell your brain you want to change, and the brain is going to change. You are in control of your brain.
yeah,
The brain
yeah,
is control of your thoughts and everything else. But you can also tell your brain what to do. Like it's like you say earlier, it's a processing system. It will process whatever you put into it. So if you put in, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that. 'Cause think about it. Whenever you want to do something, what do you tell yourself? I want to do this, I want to do that, and then you end up doing it. You gotta always remember that, though. Like if you tell yourself this is hard, that is hard, the
this is the thing
brain
though.
is gonna process it as being hard.
This is the thing though. You can do it one day. Can you do it for 5 days straight?
Say that again.
So you tell yourself to do something the first day, and you do it, and you feel proud of yourself. Can you do?
You
Can you do it for
you ain't
5 days
you ain't
straight?
just do it the first day. Like if you do it the first day, then you was like you already thought about it. But like see like how the brain is, the brain. Well, this is my brain. I can't speak for nobody's brain because I know what solipsism is, and I don't know how fast people brain process shit. But like, see me, if I tell myself I want to do something,
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell myself I want to do it, and then I'm not gonna think about it because whenever you think about a thought, it's never gonna happen because you are actually looking for it to happen. If you just forget about it, look, have a thought. What the old saying was for the little cooking thing? Set it and forget it. Let your brain cook on that thought, and whenever it's ready to come out, you go think about it sometime down the line, and it will be right there in your face, ready for you to pay action to.
That's a passive though. You think?
I mean, I look at everything positive because
That's a passive.
if you let,
I said
but
passive.
like if you're not looking at it positive, you're
No, I
looking at
said
it
passive.
negative.
I said passive, not positive. Passive, like
No, I know what you said, but that's basically like they synonyms to each other. Well, look, let me ask you this: what is your definition of passive?
passive, like you just nonchalant. It'll happen. If I say it'll happen, it'll happen.
You want to know why? Because that's really how the world works. Like at the end of the day, once we die, nothing else matters. Like if we don't pass down the knowledge that we gained within our life, what did you gain that knowledge for? You feel me?
To learn and pass it on.
Say again?
To learn and pass it on. To give it to kids, next generation. To unlock,
Hey,
to unlock the
don't
secret.
hey look,
Unlock your
don't
knowledge.
limit it. You pass it down. Like you know how you gain wisdom. Like you gained a lot of wisdom earlier. You gain wisdom by just being around it and just listening. That's how you gain wisdom. You gain knowledge by doing research, and you go from having information to knowledge because now you actually know what it is. You're not just thinking or believing. You actually know, and that is knowledge. Like look at the word knowledge. The first four letters is what?
No,
No. You know the ledge that you on. You know it. So it's like you standing on it, and you know it. You can actually speak about it. Wisdom comes from other people, from their experience, and you listen to them, and you make it to where your brain can understand it. And if you could understand it, that's how you know what true wisdom is, because you can't make yourself know wisdom. You just know what wisdom is. That's why nobody really, like, if you ask somebody what's wisdom, it's 100 different definitions, you know?
I say experience. I say you learn.
Say again?
It's echoing. But I was saying like it's experience. You learn through your experience. That's the best wisdom ever. Because once you go through, you know exactly what you're going through.
Right, but you can also learn from other people's experiences too, because it's a different perspective, and that's how you can actually see things from over, like to get to the overstanding point. You got to have different perspectives because, like, you can look at it from an overstanding point, but it's from your point of view. Me having autism, I can look at things from multiple points of views. Like I can listen to what you're saying and actually look at it through your perspective exactly how you seen it. I can't live it, but I can see it. You get what I'm saying? Like that's a gift I got.
Yeah, that's good. That's dope. But remember, the average person don't think about things that way. I do because I run business, so I have to make sure all different. Because remember, I do my SWOT analysis at least what's it 4 quarters, 4 times a year. Look at my strengths, my weaknesses, my opportunities, and my threats. All right, I have to know what's going on. What are my strong parties? Where am I
Hey,
good at?
what you do? That's called reflecting. Don't say look back. It's reflecting.
Okay. But I said
Because
do my
when you
SWOT
say look back, it's like when you look back, you actually got to look back. But when you reflect, you can also look forward while you reflect. Because what a mirror do, when you look directly in the mirror, you are looking forward, but you see the reflection behind you, right?
I never heard that
Right,
before. That's dope.
right.
That's dope. I never heard that before. But it makes sense.
As long as it makes sense, that's no, that's all that matters. Because like I know one thing about me, I can make analogies that nobody never heard, and I can make things that don't make sense. Because if I can make it make sense in my head, I know for a fact I can make it make sense in somebody else's head, and I can't make nobody do nothing. All I can do is just say it. If it resonate, it resonate. If it don't apply, let it fly.
Don't let it fly.
That's why like frequency and vibration, like you got to be at a high frequency to even understand most things that I be saying, because I I say things in the most simple way, right? People say I be complex. I'm like, no, you just not where you need to be at to understand what I'm saying. Pretty much you don't even comprehend what I'm saying. Like, but people get mad whenever I say that and feel like I'm calling them dumb. I'm not calling you dumb because I would have said you was dumb. I said you don't comprehend what I'm saying. And then they try to say, well, you're the dumb one. You don't know what you're talking about. No, you can ask me any question about what I just said, and I'm gonna have an answer for you. I can ask you a question about what you just said, and you go deflect and try to say I'm trying to argue and all that. Whenever you brought your topic to me, trying to talk to me about it. But now that I asked you a question because I was actively listening and you can't answer that, you don't really know what you're talking about. And I tell people one thing about me: don't bring nothing to me unless you know what the hell you're talking about, because I'm gonna ask you a question about it just to see if you know what you know. But you, hey, you know your shit though. But that's how like I vet people. Like I'm gonna listen to them, and then I'm gonna ask them a question about what they just said. And if they get mad, or they can't answer it, or if they gotta pause for more than 5 seconds, because I'm gonna give you leeway. Because if I'm not thinking about it at that time, it's not on my brain, but my brain would go find it. But if it takes more than 5 seconds, they are thinking of a lie to tell you. You get what I'm saying? Cause like think about like with this.
I can't hear you.
Like we've been talking this whole time, right? And like, let me ask you this: the whole time we talking, have you ever thought about what you are going to say next? No, the words just flow, right?
Yeah, because I'm listening. I'm in tune with the conversation.
Right. So you got good context, so you don't really have to think about what to say because you just know. When you got like, that's why they say when you tell a lie, you got to remember that lie. But one thing about the brain is not going to remember something that it don't need to remember. And if you do, sooner or later, your brain will be holding so much BS, it's going to be hard to even recognize who you is because you got so much baggage that you carrying and you wondering why you can't get here, you can't get there, and you not even like you're not aware that you have baggage that you don't need to be having. Like that's why earlier when you were saying some people, I had said like it's about you because that's extra baggage, so that's increasing your density. So it don't matter what vibration or frequency you at, the higher you go, if your density don't drop with that, you can never come back down and be able to float within the big density and go back where you was. They could always grab you. But if you drop that density, you can go as low as you want to with people. You can go down, like down there and meet them where they at. Go cause hell and then go back up where you was and just dip it on your high bed.
But
Cause people always
that's what
go ahead.
communication. That's what communication is. You can a person who can communicate with anybody.
Right, right. Because words is simple, but you like how me and bro said earlier, you gotta listen to the words that people say. Like a lot of people listen to the sentence as a whole, right? But they don't listen to what the words say. And that's what people get wrong with me. Like they will listen to the whole sentence and have like they thought about it before I'm even done. But they not listening to the words that I say because I'm big in the dictionary and the thesaurus. So like I'm the words that I say, people be like, why you said it like that? Because that's actually what it means. Like I know the meaning of words, you know?
Right. But are you trying to? It depends who I'm talking to, though. If I'm talking, depends who I'm talking to. Because if I'm trying to convey certain messages, I gotta convey in a way. If I'm gonna have a good conversation with the person, if I don't really care, then I just speak how I speak. But if I want to have a conversation, I have to communicate with the person who's.
But see, that's being two different people though. You gotta always be the same, brother. Like you gotta like however you are by yourself, that's how you gotta be with people because that's your true self. Whenever you change yourself or you dumb down yourself for them to understand, everything is not for them to understand. If they don't understand it, that's on them. That's not your responsibility to make them understand. And you can't make them understand anyway because it's their choice to even understand it. You feel me?
I understand that. What I'm saying is, if I want an outcome of a conversation, if I want to have an outcome, if I want to have a good conversation with somebody, I gotta speak to them, right? And then I don't know if you do sales and stuff like that because everybody is different, and that's why you gotta learn different ways to deal with people. People are very, like I said, people are very complex, right? And I think that so they're
Are
not.
simple, bro.
People are very
People
easy.
are real, real simple. And look, do me a favor real quick. Follow my page, and whenever you got time, just go, go watch some videos, and you go find some videos and it's go answer some questions that you don't even know that you have yet. I promise you. And you will realize people are simple, simple,
Yeah,
simple, 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 simple.
people are simple. People are complex at the same time because I study myself, right? Because we are the same. I think humans are the same. So the more I know myself is the more I know people.
You are different from people. Like Like you ain't noticed that me, you, and bro, we all saying the same thing but using different words. It's all like we all got the same destination. It's just different pathway. Like
Yeah, but
look
when I
at the
say
highway.
we are the
Look at the
same,
highway. It's multiple ways to get to California, right?
right?
But we all go end up in California. It don't matter what road we take, as long as we get to the same point. The goal is to get there. It don't matter how you get there, just get there.
Right. Because you could say, I get there, man, traffic was bad. And you're like, shit, nigga, I hit no lights. I hit,
Hey, but look, why you complaining about traffic and all that? You got there.
yeah,
That's worrying about the past. That ain't got nothing to do with like they ain't got nothing to like. Did that harm you? No, you probably hit traffic for a reason because if you didn't have no traffic, you probably would have like something could have happened that you didn't want to happen. Everything happens for a reason. Like everything happens for a reason because out of everything that could happen, why did that happen? Think about that.
facts,
See, simple.
facts. But yeah, bro, this when it comes to myself, man, this is me, yo. I study, let me say study. I love conversation like this because myself, I try to learn myself as much as possible, right? I want to learn I want to understand myself, basically, what I'm saying. And,
First, you gotta comprehend
asking
yourself. First, you gotta
questions.
comprehend. First, you gotta comprehend who you is. Then you can understand yourself, and then you build up from that. Like I actually got a video on my page. It's called "The 5 Levels of Comprehension," and if I remember, I'm gonna send that to you.
Yeah, man. So, you teach this type of content to people?
I don't teach nothing. I'm a guider. I don't teach nothing because in the spiritual realm, I know one thing. If it is how it is, whatever you taught somebody, like let's say I teach somebody something bad, right? If I was a teacher, and they go do something bad with what I taught them, I'm the one that's going to be held accountable in the end because I'm the one taught them that. I'm the one made them aware of that. And if I didn't do that, then whatever they did wouldn't have happened. So I tell people this: I'm a guider because if you go down to the bottom of my page, like if you want, I can have you on a fast track to ascension to the 5D with about 2 or 3 days if you sit there and you watch about 3 hours of videos because it's a lot of videos like of the path because I made the videos as I was on the path, right? So it's like I laid down the path. I can walk you like I can show you the path, right? But it's up to that person to walk that path. You get
So,
what I'm saying?
you,
Let's go look at Jesus. Jesus never told nobody to follow him. He said, if you want to come, follow my path. Or make your own path, but we go end up in the same destination. The path is laid out. It's up to the human to do the work.
but see, that's the thing. Like, I don't like going to the religion, but to me, I use that's influence, right? So he uses, he do a lot of things. That's why, as a man, that's the best thing as a man can do is to build himself up, and so people can follow him because that's what leadership is. When you're a leader, you don't tell people what to do. You show them the path and let them follow you, or they follow you of their own will. That's what influence is.
Right? But
You
see,
learn
like,
to influence
you
people.
don't want nobody to follow you. If they follow you, it's because they wanted to follow you. But you ain't supposed to want people to follow you because what you want them following you for, they just go hold you back. But if they choose to follow you, then that's how you know right there you are doing something good because people want to follow what's good. They don't follow nothing bad unless they just some assholes. But it's like nobody follow nothing bad, but they always follow what's good or what they think good. And if somebody else can look at you and be like, I want to follow that
Follow
person,
bad all the time.
huh?
Hell yeah, people follow bad. People follow people.
Right? But they don't understand who that person really is. But like, if somebody follow you because they choose to follow you, when I say that's like the greatest feeling ever, that's how you like. That's a sign from the universe that you're doing something right because you ain't make nobody follow you. You ain't tell nobody follow you. They chose in their own mind. I like what this person talking about. I want to follow this person, and that right there is how you know that you're on the right track.
I agree with that. And that's what I said. That's what I am. I'm a leader. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a leader. Those two things that I strive myself on, and I try to every day. I try
What?
to implement
Hey,
those things every single day.
hey, look. Let me ask you this, and I'm gonna drop to my phone to 1%. What makes a great leader? What does a leader have to know how to do?
I can give you a few things. Sacrifice.
Uh-uh.
Sacrifice.
Nope. A leader has to know how to follow, because think about it. Who taught the teacher? If the teacher was never taught, phone ring on truth.